So, just a quick recap of everybody's of everybody's roles and the breakout rooms. So, the room everybody is currently in is the lockout or is the lockdown room. Um, so here you guys will be able to chat with everybody. It's just a hangout room. Um, Okay, and while you better do stay at your computer because sometimes, according to your ID number, if you see the person before you disappear for unknown reasons, it means that you are up next. So, if you do see them disappear for unknown reasons, you better be attending to your computer because there might be a pop up that wants you to go to this breakout room. This breakout room that you will go to is the preparation room. Here, you will see an admin. They will both time your preparation and give you the topic for today. And that's that. Oh, sorry, voice crack. So that's that. After the preparation, you should again find up a voice crack. Not a voice crack. You shouldn't find a voice crack. And find and in fact, you should find a pop up that wants you to go into the tourney room, the final tourney room, and there you should be able to present your speech for 5 minutes. And after you're done, you just stay there. Just you can spectate the others or just do what you want. Okay. So we are going to start round one. And all right. So let's just set up our breakout room. Okay, so we did have a judge in the chat saying what this room is for. So the room we're currently in is the tourney room. So right now, the first participant to participate in this tournament is currently preparing for their speech. In around 2 to 3 minutes time, they should be joining us and they will present for you. So if you are a spectator, yes, you are in the correct place. All right. So, welcome, Nancy. Yeah, you are our first speaker for today. Yeah, the topic you should have received would be "Home is where the heart is." So, Nancy, if you would like to turn on your camera, yes, I will start sharing a 5 minute timer as always. So, yes. All right, I'll start my screen share. Okay, yes. So, Nancy, you can begin the speech that you have prepped in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
I once knew a girl who was away from her home, her hometown, during Christmas. And she felt that this Christmas would be ruined because she wasn't where her home was. But she still had her family with herself. So if you were in this spot, what would you do? Would you find hope and would you be happy to spend Christmas with your family? Or would you just be sad and solemn and say this Christmas will be ruined for me and for everyone around me? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nancy, and my topic is home is where the heart is. So I have identified a problem in this world is that people don't know about this saying, home is where the heart is. And people don't know this. So if they're away from their hometown, they become sad, even though they still have their family with them. So my teacher said that home is where the heart is. And I was very confused at first. And she explained to me further in depth that family is where you should be, and home is just a place. So let's take a real life example, whales. So they migrate every year to a foreign ocean, but they are always together. They're always in pods, and they will never be separated. And if they are separated, they will find each other again. And this is a great example of home is where the heart is, because they move, even though they move from where their home is, but they're still together. And that's where their heart is. So if there's a problem, there must be a solution. The solution is to find people you love, and home and people you love will always be your home. They will always be home in your heart. Home, and another thing is, home is not about the house, but with the people with you. And because many people think that home is where home is, but instead of home is where the heart is, because their family live in that house. Their family, they have grown up in that house, and the people with you are always there with you in that house. But then if you move, those people are still with you, and you will always find some place in your heart for them. So let's take a personal example for mine. My friend always showed this, and her family loved her. It was a picture perfect family. The parents liked the kids, and the kids always looked up to their parents. But I asked them, how did they do this? How did my friend do this picture perfect family? And my friend said, I always find my family as my home, not my home is from my family. So I tried this at home, and it will change my home life drastically. It made better relationships between me and my siblings, and myself and my parents. So if we follow this solution, I can imagine a world where happiness roams. Happiness can live and strive through ourselves. And I can imagine a world where people put their family first. So, in conclusion, that girl in the hook was me. I was going to Atlanta for the Christmas break, and I felt very sad because I was not at my hometown, Calgary. And there wouldn't be a Christmas tree, there wouldn't be any lights, a Christmas feast with all my friends and family, but there was going to be a plane. Sitting on that plane eating stinky and not very good airplane food. So then I learned about this quote, this saying, home is where the heart is. And I changed my mind. I changed the shift in my mind and thought, home is where the heart is. So if I'm with my family, I should be happy. And I should think that this Christmas won't be ruined because I'm still with my family. So when you guys go home, I want you to think that if you are going away for a holiday, you have to remember that your family is always going to be with you, and home is where the heart is. Thank you.
All right, awesome speech, Nancy. So, all right, so judges, if you would like to complete your ballot in this little in between time, we are waiting for our next contestant, who is currently in the preparation room already. So they should join us in around 1 minute.
Hello.
Welcome, Luke. All right. So, all right, 1 second. I'll just move the next participant into the preparation room. Okay. So, welcome, Luke. The topic you should have received is Home is Where the Heart is. You can see we already have a timer set up. Luke, yes, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Did you ever think that your family was very important? Did you ever consider how hard they work to take care of you, to cook food for you, and to work to take care of you? Did you ever love your family back? Were you ever grateful for what they do for you? Hello, my name is Luke, and today my topic is Home is Where the Heart is. So I have identified a problem. And the problem is that many people don't realize that home is where all of the magic happens, basically. They don't realize that their family works so hard to take care of them. They have to go to their job, they cook food, they have to set up the dishes, and many more. And at the end, they still sometimes get frustrated. They still sometimes never realize how hard it is to take care of them. Let's take an example. A few days ago, in fact, I actually got contact lenses. And at first, I was very frustrated. I was going crazy on how difficult it was. And then it took me over 1 hour to even get them in. But my mom was still patient with me. She would still accompany me and still tell me how to do it and how I could try to do better. But I was very frustrated still. And because of that, that's not good because that shows that I don't really, well, appreciate my parents always trying to take care of me, trying to help me putting the contact lenses into my eye. Let's take another example. Your parents have a job probably, right? And the thing is that when they work really hard. They sometimes work the entire day. And at the end, they only have to cook food for you and they have to pay the rent, they have to pay the heating. And it's very, very difficult to keep up with all of the bills and food. And then lots of times at the end of the day, many people think, hmm, why did you come earlier? Or why do we have so little food today? But they never realize that it's so hard to get all of the food. And they should learn that it's very difficult to take care of the family and to also get food and pay the rent. Now, this is a very big problem, but we have a solution. And the solution is to always think that consider what your family does. Your family does so much for you. And you also have to be grateful that many times they have to sacrifice something for you to be happy. And then you sometimes you do very little things, but they do many things, and you should be very appreciative of that. Now, what we could help is that we could do very small things. Even just wash the dishes can make our parents stay better or our family stay better because they won't have to work too hard. Just small things can show that we appreciate them. And our family also supports us so much that we should always try our best one day to help them back. Let's take an example. In Hatchet, the book, Brian was stuck basically in the middle of nowhere. But his parents were divorced. But of course, they still loved him and they still tried their best to find him, right? Because your family is always going to support you no matter what. And even though he's basically stuck in the middle of nowhere, even though his parents are divorced, they still try the best to find Brian. They still try their best to help him. So if we implement the solution, I can visualize a world where people are more appreciative to the family and the family union is much more better. Thank you for listening to my speech.
All right, awesome job, Luke. Our next participant should be joining us shortly. Yeah, all right. So, welcome, Lucas. Yeah, you are our third participant. Yeah, you should have received your topic. You can incorporate it into
Yes.
your speech. Yes, Lucas, you can start in three, two, and one.
When I was in grade 4, we were studying the First Nations. And in the process, our teacher asked us a question. We came across this word, a very special word. And the teacher asked, "What is home? And what do you think it meant to the First Nations?" To most of us, maybe it's where our house is. Maybe it's where we sleep. Maybe it's where we eat. But to the First Nations, it wasn't these. It was where the family was. It was where the heart was. When I was younger, I thought home was just a house, a building. And when I was in art class, our teacher told us to paint where home means to us. I was the only one who just painted a small little house, while the other ones painted a live and a picture with their family and their friends. Imagine you're going to a place to study a new language, and 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 over there, no one speaks the language you know, and you don't feel like you belong. You want to go home, but then where is this home you want to go to? Is it to the apartment you live in that place, or is it back to the place your family and your friends were? I would probably go back to where my friends and family were, because home is where you can speak openly to, where you can talk to your family, where you don't have to hide anything inside. I once had a friend and he never talked to anyone. And home is just a house. But home never meant anything to him. Home was just a word. It was just a word that meant an object, a thing, and was nothing in it. Home to me means where my family is, where everyone I know is. Because home is where our heart is. Home is when you can talk to your friends and family, and you can talk to them openly. So once I asked a person this question. I asked him, "Why do you like to be home so much and not at school with your friends?" And then he answered, "Because at home, I feel like I belong. And at home, I can speak openly to them. I I can talk to them about my problem. So then I don't have to hide anything inside." So after the speech, I want you guys to think, what is home? And if someone else asks you this, remember what I said this time. Thank you. Ouch, that was short.
Okay, it's fine, Lucas. Yeah, no worries. Short but sweet is always better than long but dragging on. So, awesome speech, Lucas. We do have some spare time left over, so uh, like the next participant should be joining us in around this much time, a bit more. But judges, you can use this time to kind of do some calculations for your ballots, maybe add things up, some speaker scores, and yeah, just fill them out as much as you want. All right.
Oh, Andy, do we only feel the dog, or else do we also feel?
All right. Hello, Tegan. Yeah, you are our next contestant for this tournament. So, if you would like to turn on your camera, um, yes, Tegan, welcome aboard. You can start your speech in three, two, and one.
Have you ever gone on a trip with someone else or someone that you didn't know very well? Or you got invited to someplace you really didn't want to be or someplace you didn't want to go? Well, this happened to me once when I went on a trip with my cousins and I. Yes, they were relatives of mine, but I really didn't want to go. But at the same time, I felt like I wanted to get away from my house. I wanted to get away from everything that was here. So I went. Then I realized that I wanted to go back really soon, and I wanted to go back immediately. This leads to my topic. Hi, my name is Tegan, and today my topic is home is where the heart is. You only realize that once you step out of your home, that home is where the heart is. Many people don't appreciate the comfort of being around who you love, and they get used to it being surrounded by them every day, and eventually they feel like they want to get away. But once you get pulled away, you realize, I want to go back. I want to go back to where I am loved, to where my home is. That is the main problem in this world that many people don't know about. The cause that I mentioned before, they're surrounded by the comfort of home. They're surrounded by the essence of love. And they realize and they're getting used to it. So once they're used to it, they'd be like, oh, I want to go somewhere else. I want to go where home is not. And right now, especially, they feel trapped in their home. But think about it. Would you like to be trapped anywhere else where your loved ones aren't? Do you want to be trapped somewhere remote, far away, where you're isolated? Or would you rather be trapped in your home, in your heart, and where your loved ones are? Home can be anything. You can move homes once, but you can move homes multiple times. But eventually, you'll get used to that home. Some people will move with you. Some people you like, and you can move many, many, many different places. But the home will still be in your heart. It'll move with you. So, what is the troubling solution to this complex problem? Well, the solution is to think about, would I want to go someplace else where I don't really want to go? Or someplace else where nobody comes with me? Someplace else where I don't want to be? You may realize but that once you go there, that home is where the heart is. But you can avoid that problem in the first place by staying where your home is. You can think about, this is the place where I like. This is the place where I want to be. You can live there, you can eat there, and you can be around the people you love. That's why I think home is where the heart is. Home is where I think you should be, and wherever you want to be is your home. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tegan. As always, we will be waiting on around this much time for our next participant. Awesome speech, Tegan. So, judges again, use this time to fill out your ballots. All right, Alexis, welcome aboard. So, you should have received your topic in the preparation room. Alexis, you should have your speech right in front of you. So, you can start your speech, Alexis, in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
I was incredibly nervous about this tournament. I was lying on bed. I was crying to myself about how this would be the hardest tournament of my life. And then my dad came over to my room. And he was comforting me, and he told me not to forget that we will always be here. And we will always support you. And you will do great. And I was very comforted, and I felt very happy after that. And I wasn't so nervous about the tournament. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexis, and today my topic is home is where the heart is. Will always support me, no matter what happens. I've been told this many times,
And every time I can really feel the love coming from my family. And I know that what they say is the truth. Whatever you need. So food, water, clothes, and other necessities. If you had a friend, they wouldn't provide the things that family does. Family will always love you. Sometimes I get into big arguments with my parents. But once the argument is resolved, they always tell me that they still love me, no matter what. Even if we had a big argument, even if there was a big clash in between us, we would still be family. You see, just from this, that home really is where the heart lies. We'll always support you. They will provide whatever you need. And they will always love you. So never forget that home is where the heart is. Thank you.
All right, awesome job, Alexis. Short but sweet is better than long and dragging on. So, really good. Judges, we will have this much time to fill out our ballots, and we'll have around this much time, which is 2 and 20 seconds, until our next participant will come. So, awesome speech, Alexis. Really well done. All right, welcome aboard, Tyler. Yes. So, Tyler, awesome. Okay, so you should have your topic and your speech in front of you in the preparation room. You should have prepared. Um, so, Tyler, you can start your speech in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Have you ever heard your mother or your father say, friends come and go, but family are forever? Well, there's basically another way of saying that, which is home is where the heart is. Basically, if say you have your best friend except they move out of town, then your mother might say, friends come and go, but family is forever. Because basically, say even though you're an adult now and you just leave your home to become independent, you will still being independent, you can be able to have access to many more things that you had, but you will always still have that bond and connection with your family. And most of the people who turn independent will end up coming back to their family one day or another. People who often say or use the term home is where the heart is, just try to say their kids who turn independent, they're just trying to ask if they could come back and visit sometimes, most of the times. Other times, it's when they try and comfort you, when people, like I said in my example, when your best friend moves out of town, then you will have you will have maybe depression, and your mother might say, home is where the heart is, or friends come and go, but family is forever. So most people will not like this if their family is horrible. Most people like this, most people don't. It's a very complicated system where most people sometimes do not like their family. It's rare, but it is true. So if you try and run away, don't, because wherever you go, you'll always find the bond that will bring you back. Thank you.
All right. Awesome speech, Tyler. Short but sweet is better than long but dragging on. Awesome job. Yes. All right. So, wonderful work, judges, spectators. We have around 2 minutes and 45 seconds and counting before our next participant comes. So, fill out your ballots and wonderful work, Tyler.
Can we wait?
All right. Welcome. Um,
I'm just gonna get my camera ready if that's okay.
all right. That's completely fine.
You can still see me, right?
Yep, we can.
Okay.
All right, so Hudson, welcome. You can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Imagine you're someplace on the other side of the planet from your house. For the sake of it, you can even imagine you're on a hidden planet, billions of light years away from that single building. When you're far away from that place you grew up in, and you go there alone with people you don't know, what do you feel like? Alone, and sometimes even afraid. Afraid that something bad can happen when you're alone and not in the protection of your childhood. But when you're in that little shelter in a neighborhood full of other children, what do you feel like? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hudson, and today my topic is home is where the heart is. Now, I've identified a little problem that no one's noticed, but probably has experienced through school, summer camps, and almost anything we do in our daily lives. Now, this problem is people are afraid to go to new places or to leave their home. Most people already realize that home is where their heart is, and they're scared to leave their home, that in the other place they will get hurt, and the protection of their house can not protect their heart, and usually can cause major consequences. So the overall idea of this problem is people don't want to leave the comfort and protection of their house. Now imagine this. There's a hole, and then on top of the hole, there is a house. You've lived in that house for 10 years, and now you have to go to, let's say, some kind of summer camp or boarding school. Now, every time you climb down that hole, you get farther away from your protective family and from that house. And you get closer to the earth's core, a very dangerous situation. Now, while climbing down this hole, you might fall into abandoned mine shafts, maybe even come across some lava, maybe even almost die. But in the end, to get away of this nausea and fear, you can just think of home, and that you are not billions of miles away from your home. You are just under your home, and your heart is right on top of yourself. In the protection of where you grew up, in the childhood of everything you experienced, and in a trust, and with people, and in a place you can trust. Now, the cause to this solution, to people being afraid to go to new places and try new things, are simply people don't want to leave their home where all the protection is. They think that if they leave that place that they've lived in for so long, that they will most likely get very severely hurt when they go somewhere else, mentally, physically, or emotionally. Now, you've lived in one place and a bunch of people have been protecting you for the whole time, and even abusive parents can guarantee that their child is not going to straight up pass away in their own house. Now, once they've lived here, they trust that place. And they trust that place a bit too much, to the point that they don't trust anything that is not inside the house. And they're scared if they take themselves and their heart away to somewhere else, they'll get severely hurt. Now, for example, you've been to school. Everyone has. You've been to school, you go to your normal class, and you're away from your home for a few hours. But now let's change that school to boarding school. You're away from your house permanently, and the only way of communication are letters and through technology. Now let's change it up a bit.
Hudson,
What?
to let you know, your time has finished.
Yes, I am.
So could you just wrap things up?
Far away from home permanently, and you live by yourself. Now, this can be very scary. You can just feel afraid overall, and you can just overall just not trust anything. But thankfully, there is a solution to this problem. The solution is to remember that the protection of your heart is always in your house. No matter how far away you are, home is always where your heart is. Just a few wooden planks can mean comfort and everything to a person far away from their home. Now, in conclusion, let's go back to the beginning. I talked about what it felt like to be far away from your comfort zone. Now, I want you to reimagine what it feels like to be away from your home when you remember home is where your heart always lives. Now you can imagine encouragement, more courage, and just bravery in general. Thank you. I am very bad at time management.
Okay, no worries. It shouldn't affect too much. But yeah, awesome speech, Hudson. Really good. Awesome job. Okay, next up we have Ethan W, who I believe is already in this room. All right, so Ethan, if you would like to turn on your camera, Ethan W, you can start your speech in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
There was once a quote, and this goes, "Your home is never apart, maybe distance, but not the heart." There was once a person, he later became famous, but when he was young, when he was about 20, he went off to fight World War II, and he missed his family a lot. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ethan, and today I will be talking about home is where your heart is.
So, home. We'll take two people. This one person has to live, for example, if his family is in Canada, this one person has to fly to France to earn money for his family. But he also might have suffered from depression because of the absence of home and family. And this other person, well, let's call him B. He lives in, let's say, Calgary with his family. And he goes to work and earns a nice living. And which one of these do you think is happier? Well, most people will think it was person number B because he is home with his home. Yeah. And there is a small problem. Lots of people have to leave their family to earn money because perhaps they live in a bad place and his father has to drive to another place and he has to miss his home, and that's where his heart is. And he was sad, although he did have his friends he probably made at work to talk with, but he missed his home. He was away from his home. And the way you can talk about this is to value your home. A lot of people say, I'm gonna live in my home for like the first 17 years of my life. It's not like I'm not gonna be able to know the stairway really well. But have you ever imagined if you suddenly got sent away to another place? And when here, you will realize that you missed your home a lot. And your home is where your heart lives. In conclusion, the person one we talked about in the beginning was called Roald Dahl. He was a very famous story writer. He had to leave his home and he became pretty sad due to the absence of his loving mother and his house. And why you should value your home is, again, if you ever thought about like suddenly going away, or if you ever thought of being in the shoes of an orphan living in an orphanage, he probably never maybe thought of what real comfort was. Or if you suddenly went to university in somewhere far, maybe like China or California, and when you come back to home, you might not realize it, but you feel really well. And I know some people, when they are away in university, and when a lot of times you get homesick, which is being afraid. I mean, kind of being worried about not coming home. So I hope you learned how to value your home and realize that your home is where your heart lives. Thank you.
Very, very impressive speech, Ethan. Awesome job. Yeah, very well done. So, judges can use this 30 seconds to fill in your ballot, and then we'll have our next contestant. Very well done, Ethan. All right, welcome. Yes. Next up, we have Yanni. So welcome, Yanni. All right. So Yanni, if you have your speech in front of you, you can turn on your camera. Yeah, as you already have. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can start your speech, Yanni, in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Imagine a girl. She had a terrible day. The worst day you could ever have in your life. First, in the morning, she woke up late, so she was late for school. And since he was in such a rush, she forgot her homework and her teacher shouted at her. On the way home from the bus, she slipped and fell in a puddle and ripped her favorite jacket. When she went home, she complained to her family, but her family comforted her. This, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the many reasons why home is where the heart is. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Yanni, and today I will be talking about the topic, home is where the heart is. There are a variety of reasons why family is the most important. Why home is where the heart is. They will always comfort you, no matter what situation you are in. They'll always love you unconditionally, no matter where you are or what you're doing. You can always go back to them, and they'll never let you down. Your family are the people who'll give you the deepest affection and the biggest emotional pull. So your foundation is like love and warmth and happy memories. So an example is when I was it all started when I was 7. I got diagnosed with childhood arthritis, and my family was always there for me. They helped me overcome that. Then at 9 years old, I got diagnosed with rheumatic heart fever. The doctors were talking about heart surgery, and my family helped me get through that too. I had to go to a hospital in China and live there for 2 weeks, but my family always comforted me. My mom stayed with me every night and comforted me whenever I had to get needles or shots. She took care of me at night when I had to get IVs. Family is probably the reason why I got through that stage so easily. So, family is very, very important. Home is where the heart is. Your family will always love you unconditionally, and they'll never let you down. You can always go back, and you can always share happy memories with them. Thank you.
All right, good work, Yanni. Awesome job. All right, very nice. And yes, so after this 1 minute timer, 1 minute timer and 45 seconds, our next speaker should be coming up. But very well done, Yanni. Very impressive. Loved it. All right. Welcome, Yandon. All right. So, you can start your speech. You should have a speech prepared in front of you if you use the preparation time. But yes, yeah, you can go ahead and start your speech in 5, 4,
Should I
3.
turn on my camera?
Go ahead, sure. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
So they say that home is where the heart is. But what exactly does that mean? So I think that this topic, this quote, this cliche, kind of means that it kind of means that home is where you make memories, where you spend time with your family. So this is one of the most controversial topics debated by many people. But what I would define it as is wherever you would have more memories. So if you were to say move out of your parents' house, then I would say your parents' house would still be your home because that's where your heart is. That's where you made memories. If we view life as a journey, a trip down a long road, then along the way, a home is where you would stay with your family and your friends. So you would maybe have a new home up to multiple times in your life, but it would eventually, it would take time to become your home as you still get familiar and you still make memories of the place that you are currently in. So, for example, if you were to go on vacation, then the place where you stay during that vacation would not be your home, as the place where your actual house is could you would have more memories. Of course, this isn't always the case. Maybe you went on like an extended vacation. Maybe you only stayed at your current house for a little while and then you moved. And your house, your home would be in a completely different place. So where would your home be? So as I said before, I think that it's where you would have the most memories, where you feel the most familiar with. So, for example, if you are homeless, then of course your home wouldn't be the place where you were born in or the place where you stayed for a little while. It would most likely be a homeless shelter or somewhere along the likes of that because that is where you stayed. That is where you made friends and met family. That is where you made memories. So I believe that this topic, the home is where the heart is, means that the home is where you make memories and friends. Thank you.
All right, good job. Yeah, Yanan, awesome work. So, this 2 minutes, there's 2 minutes left, and after that, we'll have our next speaker. But yeah, very well done, Yandon, and yeah, overall, a wonderful job. Okay, good job. All right, welcome, welcome, Kaylee. All right. So, yeah, so Kaylee, you should have your speech and topic in front of you, given in the preparation room. All right, so yeah, next up we have Kaylee. You can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Once, my mom suggested me to read a book. It was a book about a girl who was taken out of her house because her mother could not pay the rent. She had to walk on a dirty road with her mother all day and all night on the streets. She lost her house, but she taught me something that I would never forget. She taught me something that I'll always remember. She taught me that a house is just a building, it's a place where we temporarily live. But a home is something that we always carry inside our heart. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kaylee, and today I'm going to be presenting home is something that we carry inside our heart. Many people believe that a house is their home because they live in this house. So they think that this house is their home. They believe that because it's a place that never moves, we come here every day after school and work, we sleep here at night, we eat in the kitchens, this house is our home. But the truth is, it's not. Our home is something we carry in our hearts. It's something that we believe is inside us. It's something that carries along with us wherever we go. Except many people have a hard time understanding that. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, there is a road. This road has a house on one side, but you have to step out of the house and move forward and continue onto the road. But when people step onto the road and leave their house and push it away, they have the thought, a box around their thoughts, that they've left their home. Because they've left their house, the place where they grew up, they believe that their home has been disappeared. They believe that their home has been burned in ashes and they will never find it again. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the truth. The truth is that home is something we carry inside our heart. It is the family, the friends, the things we care about. They are in our hearts. With these people and things we care about, they make up a home. When we step onto the road and push our house away, we face a new life. Although we may not have the same old house we grew in, we have our home inside our hearts. Once, when I just moved from China to Canada, I thought I lost my house. I thought I lost my home because I had to move halfway across the world, leave my friends, leave my family behind. But the truth is, I was wrong. I came to Canada. I went to school. I made friends. And I soon began to realize that the home is wherever I go. It's inside of me. I have my friends that support me. I have my family that also supports me. I have my pets that I love. I have my brother that I play with. I have my family and friends. And then I have my home. I don't need a house or a building or an apartment that's standing on the ground looking tall. That is not my home. A house is a building. A home is a feeling. A home is something we carry inside us. It's something that we believe is there. When we believe we are in a home, we are in a home. We don't have to be inside our house to be really inside a home. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, there is a world where people kept on thinking that their house is their home. They never want to leave it. They want to stay inside their home. And then imagine another world where people know that the home is inside their heart. They know that their family and friends are there for them. They know that their home is where they go. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, which will be a better world. If we can all be like the second world, we know our home is within us. We know the home is deep inside us. We forget about the building that's standing tall. We know wherever we go with our family and friends, with the people we love is our home, then the world will become a better place. After I read the book, I knew something that I was missing. This building I am in is not my home. My home is inside my heart. My parents, my friends, my brother, my pets, they are my home. When I leave my house one day, when I go to school, for example, I know that I'm still inside my home. This community is my home, not just this house. Wherever I go, as long as I remember that my home is not a building, it's a feeling inside my heart, then I will always be at home. And if I remember I'm always at home, and I teach this to everyone knows that their home is inside them, then I'm sure the world will become a better place. Thank you.
All right. Very impressive speech. Wonderful, wonderful job, Kaylee. All right. Very well done. So, our next speaker should be joining us shortly.
Hello? What?
Hello. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to turn on the camera. Wait.
Awesome.
Okay. I'm
Right.
so nervous just saying.
All right. No worries.
Hello? Yes.
Yes, we have. Oh yeah, we have the twins next. So we have
Yeah.
Aiden, and then after Aiden we have Jason. Awesome. Okay. So Aiden, if you have your speech in front of you, yes, okay. You can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
So one day, just a one average school day, and at recess, it was the afternoon recess, and I was just like, I had no one to play with. Everyone else was like either playing soccer or like at the school playground. And then it was kind of like lonely. I no fun at that recess. And the second afternoon recess, same thing. I was just lonely until my twin Jason. He just came in and then he just cheered me up. And then we just talked, we played, and then everything was just 100% kachapaching better. Now, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there's a problem in the world. People are just like, they're kind of disconnected from like other people, disconnected from their family, their home. They don't have any fun, no support for anything. It's just, you're kind of just sad. You only got what you've got, and that's just you and the things that are around you. And that's just imagine that you're just alone. No family, no nothing. Now imagine you're like a sheet of paper in a 500 billion page book, okay? And like you're just one sheet of paper, and you want to see what's page 1, but you can't. You're only that one sheet. And like on that paper is it's written. What you have is all you've got. It's all that you only got what's written down. You only got those words. Now it's just you just have that. That's all you know. That's literally all. Now you don't have any heart. You don't have family. You don't have anything. Now, another example is like you say like one of my favorite all time like super villains in book series was Professor Pippi Poopy Pants. Now everyone would just laugh at his name, because it's like it's Poopy Pants. Like how do you not find that funny? Like how do you not? And like he was just disconnected from the world. He was just alone. But like that was a special name. No one else had a name. Instead of looking at it as something as really special, someone that was really genius, he looked at it as something like when people laughed at his name, he would think that this is misbehavior, this is evil. Now that's just wrong. People need to start thinking about like using what they have as an advantage to get what they want. And then that you have your home, right? But then you just separated from your family. You want your family but you can't. But you still have the heart. Ever since you were born, you had that heart with you, that nice heart. And that heart is the home of everything. That's where your family lies. So people need to start thinking about their family. They need to start looking at the people around them or just the things they have and use that to just want the things they want. And that way you can have your family. You don't have to be alone. That is the solution, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your listening.
All right, awesome job, Aiden. Yeah, very well done. All right, so
I was so nervous.
Nah, don't worry, no worries. Yeah, it should be fine. Awesome job, Aiden. Very well done.
Hello?
All right, welcome, Jason.
I'm so nervous.
Nah, no worries. Okay, so, yes. So, Aiden just presented, and after Aiden, we have Jason. All right. So, Jason, you should have your topic and your preparation speech in front of you. Yes. So, Jason, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
So one time, I was 5 years old, right? And when every 5-year-old believes in Santa. Now, it was really close to Christmas, and I had just heard of Santa. I had imagined him as a big, fat, jolly man, as anyone would. And I really wanted Santa to be there. And I wished for a gigantic present the size of a house. It was a humongous flying elephant named Dumbo. And when I woke up in the morning, I told my heart, hey, I'm gonna get that Dumbo. But then I said to my brain, oh, no, I'm never gonna get that Dumbo, chicos. And I actually got a Dumbo. So I kind of betrayed myself there, and I felt guilty for the rest of the entire day. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, I am Jason Sean. And you see, people, there's a problem in the world. People do not trust their hearts. They don't know how they can communicate to their heart, and they don't know why they should in the first place. You see, one time I had to get home. It was late in the dark, and it was getting really, really, really late. It was like 9 a.m. right now. Wait, 9 p.m. right now. And I was afraid there was going to be monsters out there, right? See, I didn't know how to get home. I was really lost. And I had a feeling, I had an instinct. Is it over there? Is it right across that street in that corner over there? But no, I listened to my brain and I said, okay, logically, it's probably over there because that's where I came from, right? I can't just loop around. So I went back where I walked from, and then it turns out that was an entire circle, and it was even later. It was now 10 p.m. But, ladies and gentlemen, there's a solution to fix all this, to fix where the heart is supposed to be and why it is important. See, why it's important is because the heart is the home. It is the center of you. It is the place where emotion and feelings and instincts come from. It is the place where you can really feel love and sadness and happiness and joy. So, and imagine a world where everyone just believes in their heart. They believe that the nearest McDonald's is only a street away, and they know and they have the instinct that it is a street away. Then it is gonna be a street away. And think about and you knowing that the cheeseburger you're gonna order is gonna taste good. And then it is gonna taste good, chicos. And then, how do you fix this if you have this sad heart and you only listen to this puny brain over here? You just think about the world around you. Look at the people and the family and all the friends. You can focus on them, not in here. You can focus out there. You have to go outside the box, out of your comfort zone, to feel where you are and where your heart is. Because if you don't go out of that comfort zone, then you're never gonna find it. You're never gonna find the home where the heart is. So we need to go out of the comfort zone, and we need to, and we need to, and we need to be there, out, and we need to find the house and the home of the heart to really experience the true feelings of human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. Wait, what?
All right, epic speech. Yes. All right. So, Jason, awesome job. Well done, well done. All right. So, us judges and spectators, we have 1 minute, 10 seconds and counting in order to to fill our ballots and for our next participant. All right. All right, welcome aboard, William L. All right, so yes, William, I see you have your speech in front of you. Awesome job. All right, so William, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
So there once were free countries, and they were fighting together to own the huge land. And there, after all the fighting, one country succeeded at overcoming all the other countries. And the kings of the other country were brought to the other country. And that was when a strange thing happened. One of the kings of the countries who did not succeed for killing the other king had a very wonderful time. He ate, he slept, he danced, he sang, and basically he forgot about his home. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Will, and today my topic is home is where the heart is. So I can see a huge problem spreading over the world is that people are not wanting to go home. It's that they're having too much happy times here, or they think this place is even way better than home where they live. So once I was on the camping trip. The camping trip was great, and I was going on hikes and I was going fishing. But when I came home, I finally realized that home is where my heart is. I finally found out, oh my, the food in the camping trip is no competition with the food that my mom makes. Or the sleeping bed cannot compete with my soft, cozy bed. So what is the solution? It is to always, always remember your home. So everybody's probably heard about salmon. They're great swimmers. They go from a little stream. The little stream is their home, where they were first born. And then after that, they start swimming towards the sea. And after a couple years of lifetime, they start coming back. And the sea and some people are having so much happy time in that sea. They play with other fish, they jump around. And finally, they basically forget about it. But others, they are still having a very happy time. But they still remember where I was born. I'm going to go back there and even lay eggs for my loved ones. So if everybody, all of humankind, all around the world, will be like salmon, they all remember their home, will always have their heart inside their home, our world will be much, much better. Everybody will be closer to their loved ones. For example, the celebration, for example, Chinese New Year, Family Day, Thanksgiving, everybody will be together celebrating, enjoying the great time. So, in conclusion, we should always remember that we should get closer to our loved ones. We should always remember that our home is where our heart is, and that is where love is. When we get closer to our loved one, we have a better time. We maybe will cry of joy. We'll yelp with happiness. And that will be a much, much better world. Thank you.
All right, thank you, William, for the amazing speech. Yeah, very well done. Very impressive. Awesome job, William. All right, very well done. We have around 50 seconds until our next speaker. Alrighty. Okay, so yes. Welcome, welcome. Right. All right. So Nicholas, welcome to the tuning room. This is where we're gonna be presenting. Yes. All right. You can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Have you ever traveled somewhere and split up from your family? Did you think about them? Was the travel for some specific reason and it was not a choice? Hi, my name is Nicholas, and today my topic is Home is Where the Heart Is. Why? Why home is where the heart is? Where is your heart? The heart is love, and you love your family. But why? Why home is where the heart is? Your heart, this home is not where you live. It's where your family is. You can go on a beach vacation or any type of vacation. Then you can split up with your family. You don't live at the place you're at the vacation. But if your family is at the vacation place, then your love is also there too. Your home does not need to be fancy, decorated with jewels, or big like a mansion. It can be small, it can be tiny. But this home, it is your family. You can have big families that has passed down from generation to generation, or a small family that has just begun. These families are both families and they're all your home. It's not the one that you live in. It's the one that you live with. In conclusion, home is where the heart is because the heart is love and you love your family. And your heart is where your family is. Thank you.
All right, Nicholas. Really, really good job. Yes, very impressive speech. Wonderful, wonderful work. All right. So, judges, you have 2 minutes to fill out the ballots, and spectators, we have 2 minutes, well, 1 minute and 40 seconds and counting, in order for our next participant to come up stage. Very well done, Nicholas. For today, we have Raymond L. So, Raymond L, yes. I assume you have your speech and your topic in front of you in the preparation. Raymond L, you can start your speech in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Home is one place that's in your heart. But it's not just one day or two, but it will always stay in your heart forever, wherever you go and wherever you are. Hello everyone, my name is Raymond and today my topic is Home is Where the Heart Is. I think of home as parents, childhood, and love. But sometimes we don't take that seriously. Many people have this problem, just like me. Sometimes, as we talk to our friends, it's kind of like we see that friends are more important. But that's very big of a problem because in your heart it's not. But that's what your outside is like. But why would you talk to your friends all the time? Why would you not want to spend time with your parents? Then that's more problems than just friends are more important. Sometimes you may think, parents are so mean to me. They don't let me play games. They just force me to do homework. Why would I be nice to them? They don't treat me how I want to be treated. So why should I treat them how they should be treated? But that's a very big problem that I do too. Sometimes when I don't want to do my homework and think, look at that, mom, my friends are also playing games. Why can't I play games? But sometimes that's not how it is. Parents are your actual parents, not your friends. Your friends can't give birth to you. It's your parents who love you and your parents care about you. Sometimes as a child, I think parents don't really care about me. They think they always give me pressure. They always let me do homework. They force me to not play games. I feel like they're wrong. I feel like I should be the one who's the boss of myself. Some examples of these problems are very common. Sometimes I want to go to my friend's house every day because I can play there. And who doesn't want to play? Everyone wants to play. Even an adult does. They don't want to care about me. But if I always go to my friend's house, sometimes my friend's parents don't like it. And that's another side of the parents' view. Sometimes they think that, okay, my child likes to play with friends, but it's getting a little too much, too overwhelming. And some other problems are like, for example, my sister. She always stays in her room downstairs, but sometimes when I go up to her door and listen, I can hear her talking. But talking to who? That's my only question. Until I realize that she's just talking to her friends. And when I listen, she sounds like a total new person. Like she's like a new person. When she talks to me, she's like a demon, and when she talks to her friends, she's like a god. But if there was a solution, if there's a problem, then there's always a solution. Sometimes when it feels like that we are more cared about our friends, in our heart, we always think that home is number one, family is number one, and we will always love our parents, and they will always love us. Even though our parents are mean to us, give it a little moment to think. Why? How? Where? When? Well, think again. This is a very simple answer. Parents are your parents. They care about you. What they do is for your sake. If they tell you to do homework, what is that for? For you to have a better life in the future. And you always want to treat them how you want to be treated, just like the golden rule that we all know about. This problem is very common around the world, and we should grab tight of this chance and always spend time with our family and always love them from any sake of your position, anywhere, anytime, and every second of your life. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Yeah, very well done, Raymond. Yeah, I could tell that you have put a lot of effort into it. So, awesome job, Raymond. Yes, very well done. All right, awesome.
I also have a question.
Yes.
After I finish the speech, do I just leave the meeting now?
There's 2 rounds actually, so.
So wait, when do I just stay in the
Yeah,
this other place?
just stay here, listen to everyone else's speeches, and then afterwards we'll go back to the main room, give some feedback, and then we'll have a short break until before the second round.
Oh, okay.
Do we not to interrupt, but do we leave the meeting room when it's like lunch break?
If you want to, then go ahead. But like, it's best if you stay so that we don't have to go and rename you guys again. So you can just like stay in the Zoom call, but you can leave your computer during the lunch break. So that would be ideal. All right. So, I think our next speaker, number 18, William W. All right, welcome, to this breakout room. Yes, you should have a topic and your, speech in front of you. So, yes, William, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Once there was a boy in my class that always thought about family and his home. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is William, and today my topic is where home is where the heart is. Home is like the thought of family, friendship, and love. The problem is that people don't think about this enough, and they just focus on education and health. And let's say the boy in my class didn't think about home, then that would kind of affect his future life, because if he didn't get a strong roots like a tree, then like in the future he'll just blow away. Like he'll just be always being unhappy and really sad that he doesn't really think about home, so he'll be affected by his future, affected by this in his future life. And the solution to this simple problem is to think more about family, friendship, and love, and just have a happy life. It doesn't matter if you're like stronger than other people or smarter than other people, but you just need to think more about friendship and family and your society. People can like say just even like say hello to their neighbors and make them happy too. But most people don't do this, so they just more parents focus on education and health more than they do with society and friendships. When this boy in my class, then he started to not think about home because his class was learning something important. Then he suddenly stopped. And then he was kind of sad and more focused on education. Then he didn't really have many friends because he had to focus more on education. But like I said in the solution,
you can just like wave hello, and you can spend some time with your friends, but you can also do some work. So you kind of can do two things at once. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. We'll up. We have Tina. All right, so Tina, if you would like to turn on your camera, turn on your mic, as you already have. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, very well done. Yes, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Do you like going on vacation? Maybe you do, but I bet if you go away for a long time, you're gonna get homesick. And you're gonna miss your family and friends. And you might want to go back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tina, and today my topic is home is where your heart is. If you move somewhere else, then maybe when you go back to your hometown where you're born, then you will feel really happy and you will remember the memories of when you were young. For example, my mom moved to Calgary to study for her university. And every about 2 years, we go back to China, and then she just gets really excited and she just likes all the cultural things about China. My second reason is maybe your home is where your family is, and your family is always supporting you and loving you. So when you get to see them again, you'll be really happy to be together. And if you go together with them, then you can do the things that you did when you were young. Like maybe you can go swimming but you move somewhere where you don't get to swim because you're not near the coast. My third reason is home also means where your culture from where you were born, and you can celebrate them wherever you go. Even if you're on the opposite side of Earth, you can still celebrate the same things you did when you were younger. Like if your parents are, say, Chinese, then maybe even if you're in Africa, you can still celebrate the Chinese culture. And when it's Chinese New Year, you can still celebrate it. So home is where your heart is. And even if you don't see your parents or your family, you can still feel them in your heart. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tina, for that amazing speech. Very well done. Very well presented as well. So overall, awesome, awesome job. Yeah, all right. Very well done. We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds and counting for the judges to fill it out. All right, awesome. Alrighty. So, our next speaker for today, after, yes, okay, we have Angelina. Welcome aboard. Yes, all right. So, Angelina, you can, I think you already have, yes, you can turn on your camera and mic, and Angelina, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Wait, give me a
and
second. I
1.
have my filters on. Let me take off my filters for a second.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
All right. Awesome. Angelina, you can go ahead and start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
So wherever you go, you will always think of your home. So whether you leave to, I don't know, like university, or you leave because you have to go work, so your family doesn't have money, well, like that, like etc. You're always gonna think of where your home is. You're always gonna want to go back. unless you're like some maniac, I guess. But hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Angelina, and today my topic is home is where the heart is. So there are two people, person A and person B. So let's say person A is Joe and person B is Bob. So Joe always he cared a lot about his family. So when he went for university, I guess, he called his parents once a week or whenever he felt like it. But then on the other hand, Bob or person B, he was just like, oh, finally, I have my freedom. I can finally just go wherever I want to, right? So Bob just really didn't care about his home, really. So who would you want to be? I guess I would want to be person A or Joe, because caring a lot about your family is better, and those yeah. So yeah, you might say, well, your home might be where you might see your home is where you grew up, or your home is where you married and you made a family. But what we mean of home here, what we mean of home is where you grew up, where you and your parents, where your parents had you, and where what you grew up. So whenever your parents raised you up, right? So you're always gonna remember everything they did. Not maybe everything, but a lot of things. So you're gonna remember your favorite food, like your favorite toy, your favorite game, those kind of things that your parents let you play. So you're gonna remember those things. That is an indication that your heart is always at home, because you always remember what. So you always remember what was there. So I had this friend. She really cared about her house, so she did everything. I guess her house was smallish, but she helped her mom do everything, like clean. Well, because her father was in other places, so he couldn't come back because of COVID. So, well, not always because of COVID, but so she was one of the people that really cared about her home, which, like, she really cared about her parents, and then and those kind of things. But home, we say, necessarily doesn't mean like this house. Because, like, if your parents like sell the house and then you come back, that's not called home. Your home is where you feel safe, where you feel comfortable, like where your parents are, and those kinds of things. But if you grow up and you don't visit your parents anymore, or your parents has passed away, then your house that you live in currently is your home. So ladies and gentlemen, is what I think means of home is where the heart is. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Yeah, very, very well done. Very well done, Angelina. Yeah, very impressive speech. All right. We have 1 minute and 35 seconds until our next speaker comes up. Yeah, awesome, awesome speech. Okay, so looks like we have, after Angelina, we have Adam, 21. Okay, so Adam, if you have your speech and topic in front of you, you can start speaking in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
My friend liked to travel lots, but there is a problem. He liked traveling by himself. But every time he traveled by himself, he didn't really feel comfortable. This is a problem. Once he said, I feel that I don't know what to do about this. I feel I'm missing something. Hello, my name is Adam, and today my topic is home is where the heart is. You may can relate to my intro. Lots of people leave by themselves and forget about their family. Today, I will talk about 3 points and summarize them. So my first point is this is a big problem in the world. People leave their homes, but they don't realize their home is their best place. If we fix this, I can already see the future, which is happy and amazing. My point two is it's very friendly. Your home is friendly, it's full of happiness. But sometimes if you leave, there may be sadness by yourself. You may feel gloomy or bad. You can feel that something is missing from yourself. But as I said before, if we fix, we get a better. We can be better. And my last point is that we can have lots of happiness and everyone can be good. So if everyone is happy in their homes, they do not have to go out and find something to do. They can stay at home, play with their kids, or watch TV with their family. They could do anything. They don't have to go outside. They don't have to go to other people's home. Also, they don't have to go outside or travel because their home, as I said before, is where happiness lives. Now, to summarize, my points were this problem, a problem in the world. My second point was that home is where happiness lives. And my third point is that everyone can be happy. As I said before, my topic was home is where the heart is. So everyone, if we could help make a change in this problem, everyone can be happy. Now let's go back to my intro. So I did some research and I found out that you should stay at home more because your home is where happiness is. Happiness lives in it. So I told him this, and he said, I understand it. Thank you.
All right, awesome job, Adam. Yeah, very well done with your speech. Excellent work. Yeah, very well done. Okay, so our next speaker for today will be shortly coming here. Will be Alexander C. All right, but very well done, Adam. We can you can just chill here for the next few moments. Awesome. Next up we have Alexander C. Very good. Yeah. All right. So you should have your script, your topic in front of you. So yeah, you can turn on your camera, turn on your mic. You can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Hello, my name is Alex, and my topic today will be your home is where your heart is. I think that this is true because at home, that's where your family is, and your family can support you with basically anything. This means homework. This means homework, school assignments, maybe reading and writing. They are also very good company to have around, and they can help you when you need help. I can't really think of anything else.
All right, well said. Short and sweet is always better than long but dragging on. But yeah, very well done. Awesome. Okay, so just use this 4 minutes to fill out the ballots for the judges and for the spectators. Our next person will be coming here shortly. Alex. Yep. I see that you're here. Okay. All right. So, Alex Y, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Have you ever felt like you liked your home more than anywhere else in the world? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alexander Y. And today my topic is home is where the heart is. And it is about your home and where you feel the safest. For example, once I was in Cuba and I was playing, and suddenly, for some reason, I remembered my home and I wanted to go back home. Another example is once my friend and I were hiking, and halfway it started to rain, and we just remembered our home and we wanted to go home because we don't want to get wet. And and another example is once I was in a restaurant and the food was really bad and I wanted to go home and eat some chips. And goodbye, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, awesome job. Very well structured speech. Very well done. All right. So, as judges and participants, you guys have 3 minutes and 30 seconds until our next participant comes. So just use that time to fill in a ballot or just, wait. All right. Looks like we have our final speaker for today, Garen. All right. So, Garen, you should have your speech in front of you with your topic. Garen, you can start your speech in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
I had two friends. Friend A loved his home. He thought about his home as a family, a place where you can be protected, relaxed, and you get supported and get loved when you need it. My other friend, person B, thinks a home is where people just gather there. All they need to do is just talk, and they don't need a respect. It's just where they can be their self. And
Hello, my name is Garen, and today I'll tell you about my speech. A home is where the heart is. So person A loves his home because he gets supported, and whenever he have a problem, he can tell his family, and he will always get supported there. But person B thinks that home is just a place where you can survive, where you can like live, you can just sleep there, and that's the only thing you need to do. Otherwise, there's no point of having a home. But that's not true, because we all know home is where you can be yourself.
Yeah.
But person B didn't realize that. So he keeps telling everyone that home is not important. It's only important for sleep. The only thing home helps you is to eat and sleep. But person A always tells him that he should be more open about his home, because if you're hurt or if you're sad, your home can always like support you and stuff. So but person B never listens. So person A to decided to give up. And when person B has grown up, he soon realized that he had made himself a big hole that he cannot get out. So he decided to listen to what person A said to him. He asked for help. He went to his home and got support. And soon he realized that home is really important. Thank you.
All right, awesome job. Thank you for concluding our speeches for today. All right, so that marks the end of our round one officially. So now that there is the round one is finished, we will be going on to our next thing in our schedule. We are 30 minutes over time, so I would recommend the judges to give blazingly quick feedback. So I will be very concise. Just give like just 2 sentences for each person. I will try to make it concise, but I still wanted to give it things where you can improve on and things where you did good on. All right, so let's just give feedback in this order. So I'll give feedback first, then Patrick, then Sarah, and then Jeremy. Just that random order. All right, so let's start from the top. All right, ID number 1, Nancy. Loves your well example. You have a unique take on the topic, which is like home isn't a place. I like it. You have a very good problem solution format. Your personal example about the friend with a perfect picture family, which gave good advice, was a really good story. You had good imagery with a very good visualization at the end. It kind of linked it all together. You have a good reveal and a loop back to the hook, so it came in a very nice little package. So overall, Nancy, very well done. Patrick, you're on the floor.
Yeah. I agree with most of what Andy said. Yes, I am. Okay. I agree with most of what Andy said. Yeah, just some brief comments about like overall the presentation of your speech, as in when you get up on the stage, and overall how you presented your speech as a whole. So, So for this speech, you presented as standing up, which is great. It's good for practice. But that means there's a lot of habits that may come into place, such as, say, for example, in your speech, in this case, it was the swaying back and forth, left to right. This can be prevented by just, putting one foot in front of the other, in the case you're in a regular tournament as well. If you're in a chair and you're swaying back and forth, just don't do that. Not much to prevent that. Gestures also. You should be adding them to put meaning and emphasis on certain words, not just kind of chopping the air, waving your hands around. Your gestures and everything else, including your speech, should have some sort of meaning to it, not simply just there for the sake of being there. Once again, finally, just on a final note for presentation, the moment you turn on your camera, every single thing you do is very visible. So for the moment you turn the camera, the judges will begin judging on your presentation, your body posture, your actions before you start your speech, etc. Meaning that the moment you turn on your camera, you should be in your sort of speech mode, your presentation mode. So yeah, keep those in mind. Don't do kind of random movements when you turn on your camera. Just be like, just sit still, well presented before you present your speech. Overall, very good job. Jeremy, any comments?
Wait, I'm judging now. Is that Sarah after?
It's Sarah and then Jeremy.
Okay, so Nancy, you had a very good intro about the girl and her family, and that's when you added some really good audience interaction. I liked your examples about the whales. You had a good format. It's a very interesting and different perspective. You had this very, very memorable point when you said home is your family, not the house. You had very strong vocabulary. It was a very emotional speech. So overall, awesome.
Okay, so as Sarah and everyone said, a very good hook and extremely good problem solution format. And I like the whale thing. It's kind of like an analogy. I quite liked it. It's very good. And at the end, you also looped it to the hook. So kind of like just finish it off by like going to the front, kind of like finish the package, which is really good. And well, especially good speech. Very good.
All right. Very well done overall, Nancy. All right, number 2, Luke. So I really liked how you had lots of rhetoric and rhetorical questions. A very good audience interaction there. You had something called world painting or world building, kind of making the environment very it's like painting an image of the environment, like what your family does for you. You had a really good problem solution format, and you had a nice take where home is kind of equal to family, right? So your problem was that there's not appreciation for the family. Yeah, so very well done, Luke. But my only kind of thing you can work on is it kind of ended a little bit abruptly without a call to action. So I'd just recommend you do that in the future. But overall, very well done.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So Luke, as Annie said, overall, very good job. Lots of rhetorical questions. Those are really good. Yeah. So just touching on what your content is overall, what I feel like what I got from your speech, is that mostly you focused a lot on the parental aspect of family as a whole. Meaning that sometimes if you were to not pay attention a little bit, if you just miss out on a small part of your speech, you may get a misunderstanding of the speech. So if I were to miss a certain part of your speech, I might have felt that you were talking about how we should be appreciating parents more rather than literally why the home is where the heart is, which is the main point of the topic. So just as a reminder to link everything you say back to the topic. So how does this relate to the topic? And explain briefly. So I'll say, for example, parents are a really important part of family as they make up most of your family as a whole. You can explain something like that. Once again, just your presentation overall, including those gestures to emphasize words, including some pauses to put emphasis on certain things. And yeah, besides that, the overall excellent job.
Okay, so you had good audience interaction in your intro, Luke. You had a good problem solution format. I liked your example about how you were frustrated with your contact lenses, how your parents tried to help you. That was a very good presentation, very persuasive and a touching speech. This so far is maybe one of your best speeches I have ever heard. So from you, of course. So yeah, congratulations.
It's a really good speech. I especially like the hook. The hook was very good and very good problem solution format. Loved it. And then audience interaction, all very good. It had a very interesting take to this topic. I mean, really good and very good personal examples. And your organization was also very good. So, well, overall, really, really good speech.
All right. Yes. Yeah. I'll try to give my feedback a bit faster since we're running a bit out of time. But yes. All right. Number 3, Lucas. Yeah, you did really good. You had a really good expression and intonation in your voice, so really good with that. I really liked your First Nation hook example, really engaging. I like how you made these very good comparisons, these theoretical examples. So yeah, very well done in those aspects with your examples and your logic. Your speech kind of ended a little bit abruptly. You did have a call to action. However, I would recommend a little bit more imagery in the visualization before the CTA to kind of cushion it. But otherwise, very, very well done.
Yeah, so as Andy said, overall a very good job. You bring up a lot of really interesting, really enticing points and examples, especially in your hook. One thing I suggest you mainly focus on is overall the pacing of how you talk, overall the speed, where you add pauses, etc. So you sort of talk at a very constantly fast pace in your speech overall. It's kind of like this. Yeah, and sometimes that means that we miss out on a few parts, especially during real tournaments with real parent judges. They've had long days at work. Yeah, they need to kind of get an idea of what you're actually saying. So just slow down a little bit what you're actually saying, and then kind of put emphasis on the very important parts of your speech. Overall, though, very good job.
Awesome. Okay. Right. All right. Then we have Sarah. Yes.
Okay, so Lucas, you had a good First Nation personal example in your intro, and how you had this art class and how you, like, the art teacher asked to draw what home is, and then you just draw. You were the one of the only people who drawed a house. So your intro is a tad bit long. Maybe shorten it a bit. You had a good call to action and visualization. All I think you should improve on is add a format into your speech, add some variety of examples, but apart from that, you did very good. So congratulations.
Okay, so really good speech. I like the First Nations and the drawing, very good presenting examples, and also very good intonation. And as Patrick said, maybe like speak a little not as fast to like make the speech a bit longer, and also add a format or be a bit more blunt on your organization. Except from that though, wonderful speech.
All right. Wonderful overall, Lucas.
Thank you.
All right. You're completely welcome. All right. Next up, after Lucas, we have Tegan. All right. So great logic and great rhetoric. Very well done. You had a more kind of poetic kind of style today, which is I think was very nice. Contributed a lot to the appeal. Trying out new things, wonderful. You had good signposting, and yeah, overall just a wonderful, wonderful speech in general. Awesome.
Yeah, so once again, as Andy said, a very good job today. Poetic approach, it overall added a lot to kind of, I guess, the overall mood of this topic, which is, you're talking about home. It's a family day topic. You want to add some sort of like, I guess, some sort of quote unquote sentimental value, if you will. Yeah, so a few things for you to focus on, I guess. So in and of itself, this topic, a lot of the time it focuses on actually linking to the judges. This is mostly how you might want to win with this topic, to link to the judges, to kind of relate what you say to the judges' daily lives, to what people experience in their own daily lives. So yeah, I feel like just including some more examples about how people in their everyday lives kind of relate to this topic. And then just one final thing, overall, the presentation of your speech, just including hand gestures. That's like very important. That's a very important part of your speech, just the hand gestures, emphasis on all of that, and kind of just emphasizing those points through, like, say for example, your voice. You want to slow down on those very important parts rather than kind of maintaining a constant pace throughout your speech. Overall, though, yeah, very good job.
So Tegan, you had a very interesting intro. You had a good problem solution format. You had good in-depth analysis. You had good audience interaction. So overall, really good job. Just add some more examples, and then try not to have the background noise. But apart from that, you did very good.
Yes, Tegan, very great hook and very good logic, all very good, and very good problem solution format. I love that. And as Sarah said, you could do a bit more control the background sound a bit, it will be a lot better. But overall, it's already a wonderful speech.
All right, wonderful. All right, so Tegan, wonderful work. All right, next up we have Alexis. So Alexis, I think that you did very well with kind of like the prepping for the terminal example, kind of breaking the fourth wall a bit. I'm not sure you should call it that, but yeah, it was a very interesting and unique take. That's like part of the engaging part of it. Very well done. I loved your personal examples about like resolving family clashes. Good personal example. Yeah, overall very good examples. I would just recommend a little bit more signposting in the organization, but overall very well done.
Yeah, so just as Andy said, you had overall like a very, very interesting take on the topic, some sort of interesting interpretations. This helped a lot with overall the engagement of with the audience. Yeah, so first of all, the organization of your speech that could use a little bit more work, just having a distinct structure, telling us when you're gonna say what. So first of all, on to my first point, which is so and so, or what is the oxidative problem, depending on your format. Okay, and then finally, just once again with the presentation of things. So pacing out your speech, just planning out how long you spend on each certain section of your speech. Once again, sort of the swaying, the body movement that gets distracting, try and prevent that. Yeah, and then just adding those pauses in your speech to, yeah, so although you use a lot of pauses in your speech, I feel like they could have some sort of meaning instead of just putting them there for the sake of being there. Yeah, so on the important parts of your speech, parts where you really need to put emphasis, overall in those parts, they're the ones that actually need the pauses overall. Besides that, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so Alexis, you had a good personal example in your intro. You had very good points in your speech. You had a variety of examples. I think maybe you could look at a different perspective. Also fix your internet, because at some points you froze on my screen. And then I couldn't hear what you were trying to say. Also add a format, but apart from that, you did pretty good. So congratulations.
Yes, very good speech. Very good example, very good hook. And then the format be a bit more blunter on that, so that we can like hear it more. Like as Patrick said, like this is the problem, or here's my first point. Be a bit more blunter, and add a bit more intonation in there to make people think this is an important part. I have to listen. Yeah, and this part is like I don't have to listen as much, or else they like may not focus on the speech or the focus on the important part as much. But overall, wonderful examples, really good speech.
All right, awesome. Next up we have after Alexis, Tyler. All right. So, Tyler, you had really good intonation. You had good logic as well. I love the comparisons between the friends and family. That was like a main point throughout. That was very prominent. So, very good. That contributed a lot to the logical part. You had good personal examples. However, I would like to see a little bit more emphasis in world building. Like in the personal examples, while we tell the stories, it's like we want to paint the environment, but otherwise, though, very well done. Loved your speech. Excellent.
Yeah, so overall, just along with what Andy said about the storytelling, I feel like when you tell these stories in your speeches, it needs some sort of background. You need some sort of context to actually understand what these stories are saying. So, like, say for example, if you just give a story about a person riding a plane by himself, who knows why? Maybe he's just going on vacation. He might be going to university. There's many possibilities in that case. So you want to give some sort of background of it, which I feel like you might have need to add to those stories to actually kind of add more of an impact to them. So like the stories are great, but they don't drive much impact. They don't drive the point home overall. So adding some sort of context to the stories, like put a lot more emphasis and impact on those stories overall to what they mean. A lot of good examples. Overall, just need to improve on that small thing. Very good job.
So in your intro, Tyler, you had good audience interaction, you had good presentation, nice eye contact and intonation. I think you forgot your nicety, and also I think you should add more examples throughout your speech. Also, something very important, please add a format. But apart from that, you did very good, so congratulations.
Yes, Tyler. Overall, really good speech. Very good hook, and add format. and very good logic, very good intro, and also very good definition. And the friends versus family theme is very strong in here. Love that. And overall, really good speech.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. Let's just see. All right. Yes, Tyler. Awesome. Awesome work. ID did not come today, so yes, Hudson. All right. Hudson loved loved your world building. For each example, you had a lot of that background, a lot of that imagery and environment around that. Love that, love that. You had really good rhetoric also, and you used empathy quite a lot in your speech with that pathos aspect of the rhetorics inside of your examples. Very well done. Yes, but the key aspect to take away here is maybe use organization a little bit more to prevent you from going over time. But yeah, overall though, wonderful, wonderful job.
Yeah, so overall, I agree with a lot what Andy said. Mainly your feedback, as long as you've had a lot of good things. You have a lot of, I guess, sort of the emotional aspect. Once again, just keeping an eye on your time. So you want to kind of plan out your speech based on what structure you have, just how long you spend on your intro, how long you spend on examples, etc. Planning that out, make sure you don't go over time. You always want to leave a tiny bit of space at the end, just in case you spend a little bit too long on a certain section. So just kind of planning that out, write it down on the side of your sheet of paper. Yeah, overall, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so Hudson, you had a good problem solution format, you had good presentation, you had lots of examples, that's very good. You had a good analogy of your whole. What I think is it was a bit dark, and hopefully you could open your light so I could see your face more clearly. But apart from that, you did really good, so congratulations.
It's also really good, very good problem solution, very good hook, lots of examples, very good. The appeal is very good. Also, when you have problem solution, don't say like a little problem, maybe say like a big problem, so that the judges will take note a bit more, and don't go too much over time. But except from that, really good speech.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep, you're completely welcome. Awesome. All right. So, yes, Hudson. Then we have Ethan. Ethan W. All right. Also, really good rhetoric. Love those rhetorical questions. Very good audience interaction. Good emphasis and intonation. That's like that's a really good presentation score. So awesome work there. And I loved how you illustrated the individual cases with the problem solution and the problem in the problem solution. So you illustrated individual cases. Awesome job. Really, really good. Yeah, just something you can work on. Maybe just bridge a little bit more with logic so that we can have that cushioning between the examples. But otherwise, though, awesome job.
All right, yes. So, Ethan, overall, a very good job for this speech. You have like a really good presentation. You've improved a lot. Overall, once again, just you have a lot of good examples. Just putting that actual like sort of analysis part of it. That'll like yeah. So just including some analysis in your speech to overall just give it more of a cushion rather than simply just example based. Overall, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so you had a good quote in the intro, Ethan. You had a good theoretical and hypothetical example. You had a good problem solution format. And when you said the point of we should value our home, that's a very good point. That makes that it's very memorable. At the end, you had a good shock about how it was real dull at the whole time. All I think you should say is like the signpost of the solution, like this is the solution. But apart from that, you did very good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes, very good examples, very good logical examples, and just very good problem solution format, very good. You could be a bit more blunter on the organization, just to say a bit more, to like catch it a bit more. And you also linked it to the front, to the hook, also very good presentation, everything, very good speech.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, overall, very well done. Okay, so Next up, Yanni. All right. Loved your speech. It was very emotional, jam-packed with those personal examples. And it was very engaging because you had a lot of empathy and that emotion inside. So very well done there. Yeah, overall, really good.
Yeah, so I agree with a lot what Annie said. Just one thing I guess you mainly need to improve on is kind of the presentation of your speech. Once again, as I said with a bunch of people already, just gestures, pauses, etc., putting emphasis on certain points in your speech that actually need the emphasis. So overall, along with what Andy said, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so Yanni, you had a good example about the girl who kept getting so frustrated, and then finally when she got home, parents tried comforting her. So yeah, that was very good. Your story about your diseases was a very touching one. So I think that made your speech very memorable. You had a big vocabulary while you explained the story of your diseases. You had a really good you should had you had good presentation. I think you should add a format and more examples, but apart from that, you did very good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes, this is very appealing, very good hook, very good person examples about the diseases things. Emotion very good, very inspiring, and the birthday example of the girl also very good. So just add a bit more format or just be a bit more blunt to your organization. But apart from that, really good speech.
All right, wonderful job, Yanni. Okay, so we may be cutting into a bit of the lunch break. Don't worry, we'll extend it a bit further. Yes, we'll just shift everything back a bit. But yes, all right, Yanni, wonderful, wonderful job. All right, next up, Yandin. You took a more logical debate like towards the speech. So you had a good analogy. Yeah, so all the
You're
debate things
frozen.
carries over, like the logic, like the signposting, very wonderful. However, I would like to see you move away from that a bit more into like telling a bit more personal stories with more of that pathos aspect of it. But otherwise, really good job.
Yeah, so yeah, and overall, very good job. Once again, the speech was kind of debatey, so like it had more of like the logical aspects rather than more personal examples, which is kind of what we're looking for in a real speech. So you kind of use like a constant tone overall, just talking, 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 without much pauses, which is kind of what we're looking for to put emphasis, add kind of like a more, I guess you can call it a human tone, add more of an emotional tone, which is kind of what we're looking for in a speech. So just once again, the pauses, sort of more examples in your speech, less kind of logical analysis, all that, which is more of a debate ish speech. Overall, though, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so and then you had big vocabulary. You had good analogies about how you said that life is like a long journey. So three things I think you should improve on is number one, it's a bit too dark. I could not see where your eyes were trying to go, so I couldn't really see your eye contact. You could use a format and a nicety, but apart from that, you did really good. So
Oops, okay. So reading a speech, it was a very interesting take and very good analogies. Just try not to be that debating and have a bit more format. And overall, I think this is kind of like a big definition. Change it to maybe to have a format like problem solution or 1, 2, 3. Apart from that, though, pretty good speech.
All right, wonderful in general. Okay, next up we have Kaylee. Yeah, okay, very impressive speech. I loved her imagery with analogies. Combining them makes it really memorable. The analogies were very prominent throughout her entire speech. Really, really good. You had really good signposting and a good mix of examples. I saw all three types of examples inside, which is a really good thing to do. You had a good logical explanation of bridging. You had lots of parallelism, which makes your presentation a lot higher. So that parallelism is really good. Yeah, you had a nice adaptive take to the topic, yeah, you're a good storyteller overall. Awesome job, Kaylee.
Yeah, Kaylee, once again, I agree with a lot what Andy said. You had a lot of good stories, a lot of kind of things that would attract the audience's attention and kind of maintain focus on your speech throughout. One thing you may need to work on specifically is kind of how you pace your speech. So you speak very quickly in your speech today. You talk like super fast. And normally that's not kind of what we focus on in kind of like speech overall. You want to kind of like talk slow, maintain your pace, have like good expression instead of kind of just trying to rush through your content, getting everything in. So like once again, as I've just said, you can't really kind of focus on the key points of your speech when you talk super quickly. Yeah, so once again, yeah, just kind of slowing down what you say, and that'll help us kind of focus on your speech overall. And gestures should be used for emphasis, not on every single little word you say. So once again, you're trying to kind of put emphasis on things, not kind of sign everything so that every single person can understand in the world what you're saying. Yeah, so besides that, overall, though, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so Kaylee, you had the intro about how your mom suggested to read this book. You had a good problem solution format. You had lots of examples. That's very good. I like how you said the house is just a building, but the home is like a feeling. So you had a very touching and inspiring speech. You had good body gestures and good presentation. So overall, terrific job.
Yes, very good speech. So very good hook, very good logic, analogy, and everything. Very good presentation. It's very inspiring. As Patrick said, just be a bit slower and don't be what I'm trying to do right now, trying to rush it. But overall, really good speech.
All right, wonderful, wonderful job. Yeah, all right. After Kaylee, Aiden, the twins. All right. So, Aiden, very good emphasis in your presentation. Really good. You had very good engagement in your voice. Good examples. Yeah. All you need is just a little bit more bridging with logic, and everything will be good. But overall, though, awesome, awesome job, Aiden.
Yeah, so Aiden, overall, very good job. I agree with a lot what Andy said. And then finally, just a few things for you. First of all, don't start off your speech with the word so. It's kind of unprofessional. It kind of gives off the sort of an odd vibe. And once again, just don't fidget around in your seat. There's no ants crawling up your legs. You don't need to fidget around that much. And then finally, just slowing down kind of what you say. Overall, though, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so Eden, you had a very, very entertaining speech. You had me completely cracked up. You had a very interesting perspective. You had the example of you and how you were lonely at the top, and then at the very end, you had the very, very funny yet related example about Professor Poopy Pants. Obviously, I find that a bit offensive. Anyways, so I think you had I think you should add a format and check your internet. But apart from that, you did very good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes, basically what everyone just said. Okay, so very funny speech, very good. And then the hook and problem solution, all very good. Just link it to logic a bit more, have a format, except from those though, very entertaining speech. Everyone loved it.
All right, awesome, awesome. Yeah, really good one, Aiden. All right, Jason, very passionate. You spoke a bit quick, but you had a good mood change from humorous into more inspirational. That kind of shock factor was really good. In helping your speech really good. You had good tone and good examples. And yeah, you did have a lot more world building with thoughts and senses. All I would suggest would just to adhere to a format a little bit more, but you did so this time. But overall, wonderful, wonderful job.
Yeah, so along with what Andy said, just a few things maybe to improve on. Overall, you did really good. You were very passionate in this speech. Starting off, one thing, filler words. That's a very kind of, it's really sort of a habit that you do, especially when you just start off with speech. Like even me and Andy as well, sometimes we put in filler words as well. Just one thing, instead of having those filler words, maybe replace it with pauses. Try to replace potential filler word spots with pauses. So instead of saying sort of and then continuing, just put a pause there. And then just one more thing, at your intro, you want to conclude it. You want to wrap everything up, kind of summarize what you've said so far. And as long as there's even though there's nothing wrong with saying just thank you for listening in the ending, what you want to do in your conclusion is kind of wrap everything up instead of just ending abruptly. So besides that, though, overall today, very good job.
Yeah, so Jason, you had a very funny intro. You had also problem solution format. That's very good. You had a good presentation. This was a very interesting perspective. How you said to focus more about the heart, not the house. You also had like a really good presentation. Just the only thing I think you should improve on is have more examples, more variety of examples. But apart from that, you did really good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes, very good examples, all very good and very entertaining. That was very good. Maybe be a bit more blunter in the problem solution format, but except from that, really entertaining speech.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, all right. After Jason, we had William L. So, really, really good world building. Yeah, you had awesome rhetoric. Empathy is used quite a lot. You had really good rhetoric, and that the emphasis and intonation was very prominent throughout our entire speech, which is really awesome. You also use a lot of individual cases, kind of illustrating in the problem solution, the problem in the problem solution. Awesome job. You have imagery with your emotions. Really, really good. Just some suggestions. Just maybe a bridge also a little bit more with logic as well. Awesome job.
Yeah, so along with just what Andy said, overall you did really good job in this speech, William. Just adding a few more pauses, putting emphasis on certain things, a bunch of stuff like that. Just overall anything to put emphasis on certain key points. So you bring up a lot of good points, but there's not much emphasis to kind of state that they're the important parts of your speech. Like just put some emphasis on those. People get an understanding that they're the important parts of your speech. You should focus on these things rather than everything else I've said. Yeah. So besides that, though, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so William, you had the very good intro about the three kings, how one of the kings completely forgot about his home and just like did whatever he wanted. You had a good problem solution format and you had good presentation. You also had a very good example about like the salmon, and then that was a very memorable example. So I think you did really, really good. So overall, congratulations, good job.
Yes, very good hook. Very good problem solution. Right on. You hit the topic right on the head. Very good. Have a bit more intonation and just emphasis, but very good speech. You hit the topic right on. Very good.
Awesome. Okay. All right. After William, we have Nicholas. So, Nicholas, really, really good. You have good intonation. Just have a little bit more emphasis. Like your intonation, like it's very engaging, but like use emphasis to give it a little bit more power. That's something I'm looking for. But you did really, really good with all the different types of examples. The examples were very prominent throughout your entire speech. You had really good logic, and your world building was quite well as good. So, very well done.
Yeah, Nicholas. Very good job. So overall, not much to say for this speech. You did quite good. Yeah. So along with just what Andy said, a lot of more emphasis on these certain key points. Once again, that you want people to focus on in your speech. There's certain things you want people to focus on more than others. So, like say for example, your examples are the examples that you bring up in your speech. Those are the things you want people to focus on rather than kind of just your introduction and stuff. So yeah, just putting emphasis on the examples, adding pauses before and after those, they kind of let people just kind of absorb what you're saying and soak it in. Yeah, so besides that though, overall today, very good job.
Okay, so Nicholas, you had a good point about when you said if the family is at the vacation, then the love, the feeling is there too. So that's very good. It was a very impressive speech because you took your time to say those words very clearly. I think two things you can improve on is number one, add a format, and number two, have some more eye contact, because you were kind of like your eyes were going there and then down, there, down. It was kind of you really didn't have some eye contact with the judges. So add some of that, but that's it. So overall, really good job.
Okay, really good speech. Very good definition, very good examples, big variety. It trains good. Out of format and a bit more intonation, and it'll be even better. But overall, very good speech.
All right, awesome. Try to keep the commotion down in the chat. Yeah. All right, it's a little bit distracting, but all right. Otherwise, let's move on next. We have Raymond. Yes, Raymond. I love your in-depth personal examples. They're very memorable, and I especially like the one about your sister, about like the being a demon versus a god. That stuck in the head because it was extreme, but that's a part of the speech process. So I really love that. Yeah, you have really good personal examples. Yeah, all I would recommend was to link a little bit more back to the topic with some logic. But otherwise, though, awesome job.
Yeah, all right. So Raymond, overall, not much to say, just focusing on kind of the presentational aspects, adding pauses, putting emphasis on certain words, kind of just changing up your intonation a little bit to kind of match the overall mood of what you're saying. You brought up a lot of good examples, so those were great. Just as I said, once again, putting that kind of variation in tone, like kind of, talking a little bit more upright when it's something happy and talking a little bit slower or something when it's kind of a sad thing. Yeah, putting those in your stories, it'll add much more of an impact to them and kind of allow people to kind of, I guess, absorb what you're saying. So overall, besides that, though, very good job.
Yeah, so Raymond, you had a good presentation and a format. It was a very interesting perspective that you had. What really stood out in your speech and what I found very funny is what Andy said, your sister. So you said she was a completely different person when she talked to her friends. Like you said that to you, she talked like a demon. And then when she started talking to other people, she started talking like a god. That was one of my favorite parts of your speech because it really stood out. You had an in-depth analysis when you said like the part of our parents may seem mean because they care for us. I think you had a really, really outstanding speech. So yeah, congratulations.
Awesome. All right. Jeremy, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I thought you were going to skip me. Never mind. Okay, so really good hook, very good definition. The demon god thing, very good. That example really stuck in the head. And then maybe organization can be a bit better, but it was very inspiring and a very good speech.
All right, awesome. Okay, so next up we have sorry, just one second. All right. William, yeah, you had good logic in your speech. Just try to flesh out the examples a little bit more. Try to link things a bit more with a bit logic. Yeah, William W. You answered the who, what, when, where, whys decently. Yeah, just remember to kind of add a little bit more content into your examples. So that there's a little bit more structure to it. But otherwise, though, awesome speech.
Yeah, so William, just adding on to what Andy said, overall you did quite good for this. Just, I feel like what you need to focus on is kind of connecting things. So the flow of your speech. Although like your speech was very pretty well organized, just a little bit more of a structure would be nice. I feel like despite that, it was still kind of choppy in a sense. So each kind of section was kind of its very own distinct section and not kind of related to the other sections. So kind of just adding like a small bridge between the sections, just flowing it in, like maybe a connecting phrase, transition phrase, whichever you want to call it. And once again, and finally, just for your feedback, adding kind of like a main point to your speech. So I didn't quite understand kind of what the main point of your speech was. So kind of just linking that back. So kind of just putting emphasis on what exactly a main point of your speech is, like a key takeaway to your speech. Besides that, though, overall, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so William, you had a good presentation. Maybe you also had a good format. Sorry. Maybe the only thing I can find for you to improve is to maybe try like focusing more on the topic, because a few of your things kind of like went off the topic, but apart from that, you did pretty good. So yeah, congratulations.
It's really good hook, pretty good examples, so like the tree one, very good problem solution, and maybe identify, like be a bit more blunt on the main theme of the speech, like maybe like, oh, home is like the best, or like emotion is good, or something like that. But yeah, having like a better main theme will be a bit better, but still very good speech. And look at the camera a bit more. Overall though, very good speech.
Awesome. All right. Yeah. Sorry if the the feedback is cutting a bit into the lunch break. The lunch will be a bit longer. In compensation. All right. So. Very well done. All right. So. Next up, we have Tina. All right, Tina, very good personal examples. I love your good stories and your good logical thought experiments. So here you had a lot of diversity in your examples, different types. Kept me engaged. Very well done. Very fleshed out. Very structured. Awesome job.
Yeah, so along with just what Andy said, overall a very good job. So Tina, you had a lot of great examples. You had a really good structure overall. Once again, just putting emphasis on the important parts. I feel like that's a missing aspect in a lot of the in a lot of speeches. Just kind of putting emphasis on the main point, the very important parts of your speech. Those don't get as much attention, and it kind of just blends in with the rest of your speech, which may not be as important to the overall kind of content of your speech as a whole. So once again, putting the emphasis on the important parts. Hand gestures can do that. Pauses can do that. Tone of voice can do that. All just continue all that in your speech. Besides that, very good job.
Yeah. So Tina, you had a good presentation and you had a good intro. You had 1, 2, 3 format, and you had the very strong points of the culture, childhood, and then re-celebration. You had a good point at the end. What I think is that if you add an analogy and a few more examples, this speech could be more balanced. But apart from that, you did, yeah, really good.
Yes, really good examples. And also really good format. The 1, 2, 3 format, love that. And the example I love, like the culture one, going back to China. Maybe explain the format a bit more to cover a bit more time and have a bit more intonation, as Patrick said, to like let people catch on your speech. Like, let's just say, if you say a culture thing and another example, which isn't as important, you say as much, they will listen to it like the same amount. But if you like, let's just say emphasis on the culture example, they'll like listen to it more, which makes them very memorable. But overall, though, really good speech, very good examples.
Awesome job. All right. Yeah. So yeah, Tina, awesome, awesome. All right, next up, Angelina. Very good stories and personal examples. You had really good bridging with logic, so that's really nice. I would just recommend a little bit more formatting and a little bit more structure, kind of just to make it so people can follow along a bit easier. So yeah, just follow some structure and organization, and it would be awesome. All right, but very good though.
Yes. Yeah, so Angelina, overall, very good job. Once again, just your pacing, I guess. So slow down a little bit. You spoke quite fast in the speech. So there's a few parts you kind of just went over and you kind of continued. And some of those were like the important parts of your speech. So a few of those parts kind of missed out on because you kind of just spoke quite quickly throughout your speech overall. So I suggest, yeah, slow down and kind of just organize your speech a little bit more, have more of a distinct structure throughout your speech. Overall, though, besides that, very good job.
Yes, so Angelina, you had a good point in the intro. I liked your theoretical and hypothetical example about Joe and Bob, two very common names. You also had very good presentation. Two things I think you should improve on is number one, add a format into your speech. And second of all, try not to keep brushing your hair back like that, because at first it's like kind of okay, but the longer you do it, the more distracting it gets. So try like brushing your hair back to a certain place where it won't fall out, and then continue with your speech. But apart from that, yeah, you did very good.
Okay, very good example and very good logic, Angelina. The bridging, very good. And you don't have to rush it, like speak a bit, like not as fast, and you'll be a bit more calmer, so you won't have to stutter as much. But just like don't rush too much and don't speak as fast and out of format. But overall, it's already a wonderful speech.
Awesome. All right. So, okay. After that, we have Adam. All right. Adam, very very good personal examples. I really liked it. You have good stories and a good way of telling those stories in a very engaging manner. So I really like that. Also, I like how you had diversity and you had some good logical examples there as well, and thought experience as well. So very good diversity, very engaging speech. So overall, terrific job.
Yeah, so not much to add. Andy kind of covered a lot with what I said. But yeah, just really briefly kind of emphasis on important points. I know I said this a bunch of times already, but it's a very important aspect of your speech, because if you don't put emphasis on these things, then you're really missing out. Then the judges really miss out on what you're actually kind of saying, what you're trying to get through. The key takeaway to your speech is the most important aspect of your speech. This is what the judges remember overall through what you've said so far. There's 5 minutes to talk, but the judges most of the times will only remember a few parts of your speech, meaning you want to put emphasis on the very important parts. This is the most important, which is why I keep on repeating it, which is why overall a lot of feedback you may get this as like feedback for you to kind of focus on. So once again, putting emphasis on the important parts, this is like just really important overall for you to focus on, as with everyone else as well. So besides this overall, as Andy said, very good job.
Okay, so Adam, you had a good format of 1, 2, and 3. You had good presentation and you took this at your own pace, so pretty good. You had a good call to action and visualization. Overall, very good. One thing I think you could do is to change your 1, 2, 3 to problem solution, because your first point was you just stated the problem, and your second and third point, they were just the solutions. So that's something that you could consider, but apart from that, you did really good. So yeah.
It's really good speech, very good hook. It'll be a bit better if you change it to about yourself, but already very good hook. And also very good examples. As a format, as Sarah said, it's kind of like half problem, half 1, 2, 3. If you could just choose one of them and do it, I know both are very good format, but maybe choose one and focus on that one, be a bit more blunter organization. But overall, very good speech.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Next up, we have Alexander C. It's a bit short, but you had a good explanation of the 5 Ws. Yeah, that's all I have actually.
Yeah, all right. So Alexander C, now I'm just say for this. So adding on to just what Andy said, a few kind of preparation tips. So first of all, just having a actual structure in your speech. This is all I'm going to say as we're running out of time. Having an actual structure will help you a lot with preparation. So just kind of having a structure is the equivalent of having a fill in the blanks worksheet. All you have to do is add in your own content that matches the topic. Just kind of fit what the overall structure is trying to get you to kind of get through to your speech. So problem solution, identify a problem, identify a solution to it. Topic coach format, just say 3 things, whatever you want that relates to the topic, and kind of adds some sort of significance to the topic as a whole. These things I want you to kind of focus on, just including the structure overall will help you help you prepare, help you gain more content as a whole. But yeah, so just keep that in mind. Besides that, today, very good job.
Yeah, so it was pretty short, but that's kind of okay. So I think a few things that you could add to make it a full speech is, number one, try to like open your camera as soon as you start the speech, not like a fourth through your speech. I forgot to open my camera, quickly open it. I think you should add an intro and a format and a few examples. But apart from that, you did pretty good. So yeah, congratulations. Jeremy?
Yes, very good speech. Just add a bit more examples to make it a bit more long and not a format though. Or except from that, very good.
Awesome. All right. So after Alex C, we have Alexander Y. Also, a very good explanation of the examples. Your examples were quite in depth, very good. You had good logic cushioning and good logic bridging as well with the linking. So awesome job, Alex.
So Alex Y, very good job overall. As Andy said, you have like kind of a good mix between like logic and kind of just personal examples as a whole. So that's very good. One thing you may need to improve on a little bit is kind of just the tone of your voice. So I noticed in the beginning, especially, you kind of use like sort of monotone kind of a monotone voice overall, just like I'm doing right now. As usual, mine's kind of exaggerated, but to some people it may sound like that. So monotone voices kind of lose the audience interest. So although you may have really good examples overall, if your voice doesn't emphasize this, if your voice doesn't bring that through, then the audience still regardless loses attention, which is bad in a speech. You want to maintain the audience's attention. So kind of just adding the variations in tone, even just small inflections is fine. You don't have to like be very emphasized. You don't have to go, oh my God, look at this thing. I really like this thing. You don't have to do such a dramatic kind of inflection of tones, just like a tiny bit, it works as well. It makes it sound a lot more human. Overall, though, very good job.
So you had a few personal examples. That's good. You also, let's see, you also had good presentation. So all I think two things you could do is add a format, because you basically had the content, but a format would label it out. Also adds a few more examples to not only make your speech longer, but more persuasive. But apart from that, you did pretty good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes, very good example, very good hook. Maybe make it personal, but already very good. And then just as Patrick said, intonation, you just don't have to add too much. You could just like add a bit to make it sound at least a bit more better. But overall though, very good speech. Love your examples.
Awesome. And finally, we have Garen. So, intonation is good. Nice logic and a nice long story. I liked how the story was extending throughout your entire speech, and that the story was quite good in the way that it was very prominent and it was more memorable. How like you add it like at the start, you add some in the middle, and you finish it off at the end. Really good. All I would recommend would just to use a little bit more emphasis in your voice, but otherwise, so awesome.
Yeah, so Garen, overall you did very good for this speech. Once again, kind of what kept my attention the most throughout your speech is, once again, as Andy said, the overall like whole speech story. So you introduce it in the beginning, you add a little bit in the middle, you kind of add on to the story, and you kind of end off your speech with this story as well. That's a very interesting kind of style, and that kept my attention a lot. So yeah, once again, just emphasis on the key parts of your speech. Those were kind of missing out. Although the format overall was great, you kind of miss out on the emphasis of what's actually important in your speech, which is the main idea, the key takeaway of the topic, etc. Overall, besides all that, very good job.
Yeah, so Garen, you had a good intro about a theoretical and hypothetical example. You had a good presentation, nice eye contact, nice intonation. Three things I think you should improve on is I can't really see your face. It's kind of black. Also, you could add a format into your speech and a few more examples, but apart from that, pretty good. So congratulations on that.
Yes, very good hook and very good examples, and your big story all very good. And maybe be a bit more blunter on your format though. But except from that, really good speech.
All right, that concludes our feedback officially. So, everybody else, I'll close all the rooms. We are going to extend the lunch break. So, a lunch break will end at one. I was
30.
thinking 1:45, but like, anyways, 1:30, sure, 1:30. All right, so come back at 1:30. I'll close all the rooms, and yeah, have a good one.
What? So okay, wait, never mind.
All right, guys. So that was our lunch break. So, um, if you guys have finished lunch, which you guys should have, then we are going to officially start round 2. All right, so round 2 is the same as a round 1. We'll have everybody is going to be in the lockdown room, then they'll go into prep, and then tyranny. You guys know how it goes, and then we'll have some feedback afterwards. But the one thing different is, instead of starting from 1 to 23, we'll start from a random number upwards and then revert around. So, what I'm going to do is, I am going to share a random number generator with you guys to find out which one is going to go first for today. Okay, so I will share my screen for the random number generator. There we go. All right, so 1 to 23. 23. I'll click generate. The result is 23. I think we should re-roll because that's basically the same thing as last time. If we go 1 to
Wait,
23.
are there 24 participants?
Yeah, there's 24.
All right, there is 24. Yeah, let's just do a quick re-roll. 23 again. Okay. Let's just try to get a number within the middle. 8. Yeah, let's go 8. Sure. All right, so here is the order for this round then. So we're going to have person 8, whom is Hudson. So Hudson is going first, and then we'll have Ethan, then Yanni, Yandon, Kaylee, all the way until Garen. And then once we do have Garen, we wind back around. After the Garen, we have Nancy, Luke, Lucas, Tegan, all the way back to number 7. Number, and Tyler will be our last speaker. Does that sound good? Do we have any questions?
Nope.
Awesome. All right. So, everybody who is either a spectator or a judge, I will move you into the. Yes, Adam.
I don't know which one I'm on, like which number I am.
You are 21 because if you just look right before your name. Yeah. So.
Good luck, Hudson.
When do I go?
Sorry, who's asking?
Alexander Y.
Alex, you are number 23. You go after Alexander C. So, just to be clear, we're starting from number 8. So we'll do 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the order we're doing today. So, is everybody clear now? All right, good. So, that's our new order, just a quick random generator. Yeah, alright, so I'll start opening the breakout rooms. The judges and the spectators will be here, and you guys all know, all the participants in the lockdown room, feel free to do what you want, hang out, stay chill. Alright. Participant has officially joined the preparation room, so we should be able to see our first participant in 5 minutes. So, yeah, just a 5-minute wait, and then we'll see our first participant. All right, welcome, Hudson. So, yes, Hudson, before you start, I just have a quick announcement for the judges. So, judges, if you would like to open up your round 2 ballots, that would be awesome. And again, add the Alexander C and Y instead of just the one Alexander. Change the IDs at the end of there. Yeah, so we're starting at Hudson for today. And yeah, welcome, Hudson. You can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
There was once a girl. She lived in a developing country with lots of poverty and poor families. When she saw children crowded around a trash can, picking out the trash and eating leftovers, she was inspired and had a big dream to change this. And she not only solved 2 very big problems in the world and won a Nobel Peace Prize, she became her dream self. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hudson, and today my topic is Dream Big. Now, I have discovered a problem in the world. Now, people aren't dreaming big. They just think. For example, if there are two children, one thinks, I want to go to college. That is my dream. But then the other one thinks, I want to go to the best university. Which one do you think is going to be more successful in life? Now, imagine that there's a mountain. Now you can set this mountain to any scale or size you wish to. So bigger dreams are larger mountains. Smaller dreams to no dreams are considered smaller mountains. If you have a very big dream and have a very big mountain in front of you, it will be harder to climb. But in the end, you'll be higher and can see more of the beautiful terrain. But if your dream is very small, and then you succeed it, and without a doubt you will, you can only see your surroundings. You aren't high enough to see all the potential the world has. Now, the cause to this example is people don't like working. I mean, I'll be straight up honest, I don't like working either. Working seems like torture to some people, and just a very difficult game to others. And even if you do not like working, you can still set a very big goal and have a very big dream. But because you don't like working, you will, without a doubt, not even climb halfway up your mountain. Now, when you're at school, you have a project. That project is a very important one, and you need to make it the best. And there are a few things you have to include in this project, and a few optional ones that will give you bonus marks. Now, an average student, without any that isn't good or bad, would usually say, let's finish all the mandatory ones and then do, let's say, a few optional ones. But they don't aim for the best. Now, the straight A students say, I'm going to do all the optional ones and the mandatory ones, and even ask the teacher if I can do more optional ones I created by myself. That's making a higher mountain, but that's giving you a bigger chance to see all the wonderful terrain. Now, the solution to this problem is just to take criticism as a learning opportunity and to take work as a way to climb up your mountain and to get a better future. By just improving every day and doing harder tasks every day, you can become your dream self and climb to the top of the mountain and see the world below you. Now, in conclusion, let's go back to the girl in my hook, in my beginning. Her name was Malala, and when she saw these poor children living on the streets, she was inspired to go out to the world and fix problems. And solved two very big problems in the world and became a very famous activist. Now today I want you to go home and think, how big is my mountain? And how much have I climbed on it? Thank you.
All right, thank you for that speech. Next up, we have Ethan, who's I believe is already here. So yeah, Ethan, if you want to turn on your camera, wonderful. Yes, you can start your speech in a 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Have you ever heard of the famous quote that goes, if you can dream it, you can do it? So, what does this mean? If you can dream about anything, it could be becoming rich, it could be becoming famous. If you can dream about doing that, you can achieve it. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ethan, and today my topic is Dream Big. This topic is quite big. It's quite broad. So I'm going to narrow it down to this. If you want to achieve something, dream it. So, this still might be quite confusing. This just means dream big ideas. Let's just say this one boy was fascinated by little inventions when he was small. He had big dreams for his future. He wanted to be a great businessman and a celebrated scientist. Now, here's the problem. If you want to be good, if you want to be famous, and you dreamed about it, and you thought to yourself, I want to be the next Bill Gates, or I want to be the next Thomas Edison. So, the cause is simple. It's many parents, when they're small, tell their children, I believe that you can do this. This is talking about motivation. They want to motivate your child so that your child will be better than you. So, if the solution is also very easy. It's that if you dream big, say you want to dream that you're living in a mansion counting your millions of dollars. If you dream big and you try hard and you succeed, then if you succeed, and then you dream big. Remember when I talked about this boy represents many. This boy represents many of the famous people. Let's take Bill Gates, or let's say Einstein, and all of these causes of wealth came from a wish, came from a dream. We can think of dreams as a road with grooves in it. If you don't like where you're standing on it, then you climb up the grooves, or you go on to another road and you start a new dream. We can think of dream big as kind of, let's say, kind of like a good drug. We can think of it as if you're talking to your doctor about, let's say, a problem you've encountered during work, and you might be threatened to be laid off or fired. And you can think of your doctor giving your prescription as dreaming big. I know this might not be the best one, but if you think of dreaming as a medicine, it can cure a lot of things. If you're depressed and want more money, if you dream big, then this means you can have great goals and great accomplishments.
All right, awesome job, Ethan. Very well structured, very impressive speech. All right, so now we'll just wait for our next participant. Awesome job. All right. Welcome, Yanni. All right. So, Yanni, let's just get straight into it. You can start in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Once there was a woman called Oprah, and she wanted to be a television producer. But then she got fired. When she finally got the job, she got fired because they said that she was unfit for the job. But Oprah kept on dreaming, and she dreamt big. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Yanni, and today I'll be telling you about dreaming big. So dreaming big is mental freedom in life. You forget about the limits and you just dream big. You forget the high standards or that you can't do it, and you just keep on doing it. It is setting the bar high so that you work hard. It is a high level of excitement, and it can also make you stay focused and motivated. If you dream big, it has many benefits. You can get a better job, and as I said before, help you focus and achieve bigger things than other people since you're dreaming big. So as I said in my hook, there was a lady called Oprah. So she didn't let the people who told her that she was unfit for the job tell her what to do. She went on and worked hard and kept on dreaming big. And her hard work paid off, and she became one of the richest women in the world. This, ladies and gentlemen, is an example of why we should dream big. If you work hard, then you will always get what you want. And if you dream big, then you'll set your standards higher than everyone else, and you will achieve more than everyone else. This is why I think that you should always dream big. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Very well said. Yeah, thank you for that wonderful speech. Hey, hello, Yandon. All right, welcome back. All right, so you should have your topic and speech in front of you. You can start in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Do you ever feel like you will never be able to achieve your hopes, dreams, and goals? Do you ever wonder how successful people like Bill Gates become so astoundingly rich and successful like they are? Well, the answer is simple: to dream big. So this means that you look up, you see potential in yourself, and you set goals for yourself. You set milestones to go beyond, to reach all your hopes and your dreams, as well as your goals. Now, so there was one man. He dared to dream big, but late in his life, he was not able to achieve his dreams at all. So this man had only come up with one single chicken recipe. And the story says that he had gone over 1,000 rejections from over 1,000 restaurants but he kept dreaming big. He kept persevering towards his ultimate goal of striking it rich and basically selling out this chicken recipe. And after over 1,000 tries, it took one yes to make all of his hopes and dreams that he ever had in his life to come true. Now, this man is the person that we all know as Colonel Sanders, the founder of KFC and one of the most well-known people in the fast food industry today. He dared to dream big, and that's what made him such an amazing person, such a successful person. He didn't succeed at first, but he kept trying. He kept persevering onwards until he finally reached his goal and achieved it. Now, another personal example from my life is like a couple of years ago, I was on a robotics team. So we were a small robotics team, but we weren't very good. So we kept failing. And our robot, we were making Lego robots. So it wasn't very good, and we had to try again many, many times. But we persevered, and eventually, during the actual FLL competition, we ended up winning the best robot design award for overall in this contest, because we dreamt big. We kept persevering towards this ultimate goal of winning a prize. It gives you motivation. So if life was a mountain, in order to climb it, you need astounding levels of perseverance as well as motivation. Now, dreaming big will help you achieve both of these easier than you would if you just gave up all hope. If you never dreamt big, you would never achieve the goals and all the hopes that you would be wishing to achieve your entire life. Without dreaming big, nothing is possible. Thank you.
All right, awesome speech. Lots of improvement, I can just say that. All right, awesome job, Raymond. Yeah, very well done. All right. After Raymond. Oh, sorry, Raymond. I was looking at the wrong name. Yandon. Sorry. Okay. Wow. All right. It's just that 11 looks kind of like 17, and my brain just does not work. All right, but yeah, Yanden, very good improvement since last round. Yeah, very well done. All right, we welcome Kaylee. All right. Okay, so Kaylee, you should have your speech topic and your speech script in front of you. And yeah, Kaylee, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
When I was young, I had many dreams, except these dreams were very, very small. I remember once I was at a piano exam and I was dreaming that I hoped I passed the exam. The other time, I was in a competition. My dream was to win, to get the gold medal, and to feel proud. But after I turned 12, I put all my dreams together and I found that there was something that I really wanted to be. This dream wasn't a small dream anymore. It wasn't a dream where I would win something or pass some sort of exam. It was a dream to become a politician. It was one of the biggest dreams I have ever encountered. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kaylee, and today my topic is Dream Big. People think that dreams are small. They believe that dreams are small, and when they do, they cause a problem. And this problem is that people are dreaming small. Dreaming small is not a good thing. We have to dream big if we want a better world. We have to dream big if we want a better society. We have to dream big if we want to reach our goal. Because when we reach a goal that we've dreamed and this dream was big, we feel a feeling that we don't usually feel. This feeling is nice. It's pride. It's proud. It's satisfaction. People tend to have their thoughts inside a box. This box is surrounding their thoughts. They're not allowing this box to open up the door and let their thoughts flow out. People keep their thoughts inside the box. And as time grows, the box becomes smaller and smaller, closing more in, and then their thoughts have nowhere else to go. People think that all their thoughts has to be real, but the truth is, it doesn't have to be. You can dream as big as you want, and you just have to reach for it. You can dream big. It doesn't have to be real. You can walk on the road and reach for your goal, pull it back, and get the satisfaction feeling. My teacher once told me a quote, and it is, "Don't be afraid of the dream and reality. If you can dream it, then you can make it." This quote stuck to me, although my teacher told me years ago. I remember this dream, and I want to dream big. I now tell this quote to you. I hope you also dream big. When people dream big, we get a better world. Our society becomes better. Right now, we are at a very basic level. When more people dream, when they have bigger dreams, their dream rises. Our world will have better technology, better medication, we'll have better health care. We have many better things. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, there's a world where people decide that they're going to dream big. They reach for their goal, they walk on the road, they pull their goals back, they feel the satisfaction. And then imagine another world. This world, people stay where they are. They dream small. They don't reach for their goal. They go temporary. They don't dream big. They don't want to create new things. Their box around their thought becomes smaller and smaller each day. And then one day, their box is going to become tiny, and all their thoughts are going to be surrounded, and they will have no new thoughts. Once I had a friend. He believed that everything in this world is perfect right now. He didn't have a dream. He had small dreams like I did. He wanted to pass this test, or he wanted to do good on this exam. But in the end, After he learned something really important, and he told it to me, he said that this new lesson he learned was to dream big. After he began to dream big, he wanted to go to this wonderful university. He worked harder. He worked better. He got A's on every single exam. And he turned out to be a very, very successful person in school. He is my model, my example, and I will follow him. I will dream big. Everyone should dream big. When we dream big, we get new ideas. We open the door to the box. We get out of the comfort zones. We pop our bubbles. We open up ourselves to the world. We open our hearts and our minds. We welcome new things. We allow more new things. We dream bigger. We dream better. And I'm sure if everyone does that, we will have a much better world. Thank you.
Very, very impressive speech, Kaylee. Awesome, awesome job. All right, we should have our next participant entering soon. Very impressive. Looks like we have our next participant, Aiden. Awesome. All right,
Hello?
Aiden. Yes,
Okay.
hello, hello.
Wait, just let me take a sweet. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So, yes, you can start.
Do you see my camera?
Yes. Wait.
What?
Hello? I mean, I can't see the camera.
Still loading.
Just
Just wait.
Like it's
Like
open.
just wait. It still has my mouse still has the blue spinny thing.
The spinny ball of death. Yeah.
It's
Right.
open, but it's black.
Yeah, let's just give it a second.
Yeah, just give it a second. 3, 2, and 1.
Now, let me tell you a story. One day, like me and Jason had a big dream. Like, it was a glorious dream. Just one night, we're just like talking about it in bed. We wanted to make a board game. Now this board game was gonna be like like about survival. We took so much inspiration from like Exploding Kittens and Monopoly. We're gonna make it like really, really awesome. But we had a bunch of other projects that we were working on. And we agreed that after we finished those projects, we would just work on the board game straight away, non-stop. But then once we actually did do the board game, we just like, for some reason, it just didn't feel like we imagined it. It's just like, it doesn't feel like that this is what I wanted. So then we just, fortunately, we just quitted the board game project. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'll be talking about big dreams. See, there is a problem in the whole wide world that people aren't just imagining. They aren't using all their imagination. They ain't using the brain to dream big. They don't have that goal. Then if you don't dream big, you don't feel achievement of what you actually want. You don't really feel of like like that good feeling when you finally did something. It's like when you finally win a game of ping pong after like 10 rounds of losing. Now, imagine a world where no one dreams big. Like no one dreams big. So like that's just like, all the ideas, big ideas like Wi-Fi, the phone, all of that. It's just gone because people dreamed big to make that happen. People dreamed big to have all of what they want. Now imagine a world with people all dreaming big. Our technology would skyrocket all the way high, and we would already be like on Mars or something. But that's the problem. We aren't. People aren't dreaming big. So how do we fix that? Well, just think of it as like a goal, any goal, but just make that goal as big as you want. Make it as more successful as you want. Make it just skyrocket beyond your limits, out of the box ideas. Now, these ideas they will just bring mankind to a new level of creation that no one has ever seen, heard, or like, any idea of what it is. Now, but there's these blockades. People are just stopping. They say, "Whoa, this idea is like, no one, you're never gonna have like, a skyscraper, Willy Wonka's glass elevator all the way to space with like boosters and like, high class toilet paper. No. But so people don't crush their dreams, okay? No. Don't listen to the swag dragon. No. Don't listen to those no sayers. Just do what you want, and then you would skyrocket, reach your dreams beyond and always. And trust me, when you do that, mankind would look at you with amazement as no one has ever seen before. And that is why we should dream big. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Awesome work. Yeah, very well done. So yeah,
I didn't have much time.
No, don't worry.
I just
it's
thought of like the
fine.
beginning, and then I just realized, oh shoot.
It's more about the content than it is. All right, awesome.
Hello.
All right, already here. Awesome. Okay, Jason.
Wait, I have a background.
Nice background.
Okay, there.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, Jason, you can start in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
It was in the North Pole on a dark day. Inside the elf warehouse, Santa thought of an idea. He could become the Grinch. His ultimate big high dream was he wanted to become the Grinch instead. It was like enslaving the children, stealing the present, and throwing them off the hill, and being so evil. The thing is, that was really hard to do. He was Santa, and all the children view Santa as a nice person that gives them all these presents instead of darn poopsy coal. So, and in the end, he decided, I can't do that. Ladies and gentlemen, my topic today is about dreaming big. Now, you may be asking, why should you dream big? Well, the thing is, if you dream big, there are 3 things that apply. 1, it's better for you. You will accomplish more things. Okay, let's bring this into an example right now. So Team Fort A, they really wanted to be the stinkiest fart. They wanted the stinkiest fart in the world. It was so powerful that the fart would literally make you faint. And Team Fart B, they just wanted like a sub stinky fart, like the people smelling it would just like, oh, but they wouldn't faint or anything like that. So in the end, which one would accomplish more? Well, obviously Team Fort A, the fart team that wanted to be the stinkiest fart in the world, because with that huge dream, no matter how long it took, even if it took a millennia, they would eventually reach that goal, and they would be really proud of themselves. Meanwhile, Team Fart B, they just felt lonely, and like they see how high Team Fart A is, and they just want to be there, up there with Team Fart A, but they can't because they only have the sub stinky fart, which really sucks. Another thing that about dreaming big is that it makes you feel better. Because like in the fart thing, when you accomplish more, you will just feel that happiness and joy that you accomplished so much with that huge dream of yours, that you took this huge and big leap into a farther step in climbing that mountain of your dream. Because let's say I needed to win one 1,000 bowls. If I had really tried hard and dreamed of more than 1,000 bowls, then of course I would feel happier because hey, more bowls to train with, the better. More bowls to eat with, the better. Like bull meat is the best. Did you know that? And don't forget dragon meat as well. But anyways, yes, the bull, and you got more bowls to train and eat. And another thing is that it boosts some of your skills up, because a big goal is probably a big challenge. A big dream is a huge challenge to climb. Now, and that needs creativity, so it'll boost your creativity. And that also needs it improves your bowl training as well. It improves your imagination, and it improves your entire dream itself. That means with more of the creativity and the imagination, you'll be able to. It'll be easier to reach that big dream, which will make it easier because now you have even more creativity. It's like a snowball rolling down a hill. It gains more snow because it touches more surface, which allows it to gain more snow because it touches even more surface. And yes, remember good old Santa? He really dreamed of being big. He wanted to be the Grinch, so you know how they did it? He disguised the huge green costume as he watched in the Grinch movie. And then he got this huge, gross, ugly sled full of spikes and stole the presents of the children, giving them ugly coal instead. And the Grinch, he had to be the Santa for his rest of the life, for he got coal himself. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, we need to dream big, so you can train more balls, so you can fart stinkier farts, and you can be the Grinch.
Awesome job. All right. Terrific. Yeah. Very well said. Very good. Well done speech. Awesome. All right. Welcome. All right. So, next up after the twins, we get we get William. Yes, William. Welcome. All right. Wait, just hold on 1 second. Okay, yes. All right. We have William L. William, yeah, you have your camera, you have your mic. You can start your speech in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
So, there once was this boy named Henry. He had a very big dream of putting the world on wheels, creating one of the first ever cars. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Will, and today my topic is Dream Big. So, even though Henry, the little boy, had a big dream, I can still see a huge problem spreading over the world. Is that people are not making big dreams. It is because when they say that I have a big dream, if I don't succeed, I may fail this dream, and I don't want to fail. So, but I once had a dream, and I still have it now. It is to go on this huge rocket, to go through space, colonize the moon. And even though I think to myself, I need to work hard. I need to keep on going. I may fail, but I must learn from my failure. I cannot be scared of failure. I must accept it. And I have to have a big dream. So, let me ask you, what's the solution? Once James Cameron had a great quote. He said that if you set your dream very high and you fail. You'll fail above everybody else's success. And this very relates to my science project, where I was making a rubber band plane. But the rubber band plane could not work. The propeller shaft snapped. The wings were bent. So I created a theory. And after I finished my presentation, everybody clapped and cheered and said it was great, even though I failed. So all these big dreams from Albert Einstein, Elon Musk, and other very famous, smart geniuses motivated up, pushed up forward throughout this time, making us a better species. So imagine this. Everybody is going on running on a marathon. And some people think I don't want to run so far because maybe I'll get too tired and I'll fail. But others have big dreams and they say, I'm going to run here. No matter how tired I am, I'm going to finish my big dream. And they keep on running and succeed. So imagine this. Everybody, all of humankind on planet Earth has a great dream, a big dream. They work towards it. They keep on going. I can see a much better world where the technology is more high tech. So everybody will be more creative. We'll have greater inventions, writings, other things that we use in our daily lives, our houses, and lights. So, in conclusion, if everybody has a big dream, we'll keep on moving forward. And that is what Henry did. And Henry's last name was Ford. And he kept on working forward. He had a big dream and kept on working forward. And after, he created what we see on our roads. Cars that have changed our lifetime ever since they were invented. Thank you.
Awesome job, William L. Very impressive speech. Yeah, awesome job. Yeah, we'll wait 40 seconds until our next participant. Nicholas has just joined us. Awesome. All right, so Nicholas, if you want to, yeah, you have already turned on your camera. Awesome. You can turn on your mic. You can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Have you ever dreamed a dream or set a goal for yourself? Hi, my name is Nicholas, and today my topic is Dream Big. What is dreaming big? Some people confuse it with you doing what you want to do, but that's not it. You can think, you can dream of what you want to be, what you want to become. But why would we dream big? Why don't we just sit back and choose a hobby and do it? Because you can dream of what you want and set goals, different goals, new goals. You can experiment with different things. One quote is, "The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams," which means
If you don't have dreams or goals, you don't have a good future. Let's think of dreaming as adventuring. Why would we adventure? We can find new land or maybe even new species by adventuring. Let's talk about the ocean. It is only 5% of the entire ocean is known by people, which means 95% is still left to explore. Because we explore this ocean, the unknown of the ocean, we may find things that we don't know about yet. We may find things that are completely awkward and out of this world. So, in conclusion, dream big and you can find a better future. Thank you.
All right, awesome job, Nicholas. Very wonderful speech. Yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, we'll wait 2 minutes for our next participant.
I just got some technical difficulties and went in the wrong room.
All right, that's fine. All right, Raymond, welcome here. Yeah, you should have your topic and your speech in front of you.
Yes.
So, yes, awesome. You can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Dreaming. Something common that we all do, no matter where, when, and how you dream. But sometimes we don't dream big. And you can also think of dreaming big as pushing your goals and with pushing yourself with harder goals. Hello everyone, my name is Raymond and today my topic is dream big. Dreaming too big might sometimes be a problem because it might not be in your comfort zone, but I'm not saying pushing yourself is wrong. It might cause something that we don't want to expect, like hurting yourself, or maybe doing something that might pressure your future, or something that won't be as good to you as what we want. Sometimes we dream impossible. Like, for example, if I were dreaming I want to go to Candyland, but in our perspective, our Earth, there's no such thing as Candyland. But I won't stop thinking because I'm going to dream big. And I think one day I will finally reach Candyland. So I won't give up. But sometimes doing that is very painful and very, very wrong. I'm not saying as painful for how you fail painful, because you might go outside the universe, you might go outside the Milky Way just to find Candyland. And you might hurt yourself while doing this process. For some examples for these amazing but problems, as in I'm dreaming for something that it's true that I was dreaming just a few minutes, a few hours ago, that I wanted to get first place in the tournament. Who doesn't? But because I wanted to, I ate lunch in 5 minutes and went back to my computer, looked up topics of speech, and I reviewed almost all of them. And I'm not telling false. This is actually true. But during that process, I also did yesterday, I slept really late and I was really tired when I woke up this morning just to enter the tournament. Sometimes dreaming is as big as my dream, and I would do everything in my hand to do it. But sometimes it will hurt you, like how it hurt me. You might not express this feeling yet, but I'm telling you, if you're listening to me right now, you should be thinking that if you dream too hard like me, maybe try something else. For another example, maybe if, say, this person called Bob wants to climb Mount Everest. I mean, that's a very good goal. Who wouldn't want to climb Mount Everest? If you climb Mount Everest, you'll be famous. I would want to be famous. But think again. Mount Everest is a very hard mountain to climb, and not everyone can climb it. Even some professionals struggle. And maybe Bob is a professional, but how I'm saying, Bob is just a beginner. And he actually went to go climb Mount Everest. And the danger that he risked is too high for a human being like him. But there's always a solution. Maybe sometimes when you make a dream or a goal, try pushing yourself what you can do. Push yourself within your circle. And what I mean by the circle is just imagine your circle. No, you're not a circle. Your border is a circle. Sorry. And you're a dot. You don't want to push your dot over the circle. You want to keep it in there. Because if you do push it out of the circle, it will get way too overwhelming. I'm not saying pushing yourself is wrong. I'm just saying that try to do what you can. You're a human, and we all are. We all have our own limits. And only us, we know what our problems are. We know what our limits are. Thank you.
All right, awesome job, Raymond. Very well said. Awesome. All right, so next up we have William W., who's already in our room. So, William, if you want to turn on your camera, which you already have, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Once there was a boy in my class called Ben, and he loved to dream. He always dreamed at any time he wanted. He even dreamed in class, but obviously still focusing on class. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is William, and today my topic is Dream Big. Dreaming is like the roots to inventing and creating, and the big problem is that people don't dream big. Let's say that there was another boy that didn't like to dream big, and let's say his name is Bob. So he didn't like to dream big. He hated to dream big, and he never dreamed big. And he even hated it when other people dreamed big. So if he doesn't dream big, then if he doesn't even dream or dream big, then he'll probably not be able to invent anything in his life, and he'll never think about something that he hadn't done yet and he could. So then he wouldn't get to really do anything but the things that he had already done. And why you need to dream big is because dreaming impacts your future. It's like if you get poor, then in the first place, then you'll get poor and poor. Well, rich people, they will get richer and richer. And that's kind of like dreaming big. When you dream, then you dream more and more. But if you don't dream, then you'll never dream. Then And the simple solution to this really big problem is just to imagine things. Like, just dream. Like, it's really simple. Just lie down on your bed with something and just like think about your future life and basically dream. And this helps people invent things and make the world better. Thank you for listening.
Alrighty, awesome job, William. All right. So we have 1 minute and 30 seconds and counting until our next participant comes. Awesome. Your Tina, has joined us. Awesome. All right, so Tina, wonderful. Thanks for turning on your camera. You can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
So there was a boy, and he played a lot. But at school, a lot of people just said, "Oh, you're too shy," and "Oh, you're not creative enough to do something really good." And he believed them, and he was really shy, and he said, "Oh, maybe they're right. Maybe I am not." And so he didn't. And later, his father told him, you're okay. You can do something as long as you have a goal and you try to complete it. Even if you don't get it, at least you tried. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tina, and today my topic is dream big. So, if you dream big, then even if you don't get what you wanted, then that's okay. And today I have 3 main reasons on why you should at least dream big. The first reason is if you don't dream big, then you don't have your potential, and then you won't get a good job. For example, if Walt Disney hadn't dreamed big, there would be no Disneyland, there would be no Mickey Mouse, there would be no princesses, there would not be a lot of things. And a lot of people wouldn't have been inspired by him, and now we wouldn't have a lot of things. And once someone also said, it always seems impossible until you've done it. And this is a quote by Nelson Mandela, and it means a lot. And you should do it. And maybe you think it's impossible to be really good at something until you actually did it and you go, oh, actually, it's possible. My second point is dreaming big can motivate you. If you dream big and you might think, I want to be a great artist someday, then you can work your way and you can start art. You can have art classes, and then you can start searching up how to draw stuff. And in the end, you actually might become famous. For example, I was scared of the water once. But then I saw the Olympics and how great everyone was at swimming, and everyone was just so fast. And I wanted to be like them. And I was inspired by them. I thought maybe if I practice a lot, then I'll do it. So now I am a very good swimmer because of them. And you can be inspired by someone too, and then you might be like them. My third point is to follow your dreams. Do what you think is right, and don't listen to other people if they think you're wrong and they're trying to scare you. You never know if they're right or if it's just them trying to tease you and trying to push you down. Once at school, some people said I was too shy and I wouldn't be able to do anything really big. But now I can participate in a tournament of speech, like right now, and I can do a dance competition and I can go on stage. So I have conquered my fear of being shy. So remember in the hook where there was the boy. So that boy tried to conquer his fears. And in the end, he was actually really good at it. And now he is really good at everything and he understands everything. So, yes, thank you.
Awesome job. Thank you for the amazing speech. And yeah, this is the last round. So yeah, thank you for giving the amazing speech. Yeah, you can stay here now. Awesome. Awesome. We'll just wait 40 seconds for our next speaker. So, we now have our next speaker for today. After Tina, we have Angelina. All right. So, Angelina, if you want to turn on your camera. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
So when you think of dreams, you might think like those things when you sleep, I guess. But and they like have like big wild dreams. That's what you might think of dream big. But no, well, no, that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is goals. If dream big is we're basically talking about goals you want to achieve. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Angelina, and today my topic is dream big. And I will be here to tell you the pros and cons and some other things about dreaming big. So, some pros of dreaming big are you give yourself a goal. So when you live a life with goals, you get more things accomplished. Like let's say you want to renovate your new house. So if you make a goal, so you're and then you're committed to doing it, you're most likely going to do it. Like you're committed to it. But if you don't make a goal, you'll probably say, I'll just do it tomorrow and just not do it. And you're going to end up just not doing it. So that's like some pros of dreaming big, like having big goals. But also some cons is sometimes when you don't do it, sometimes you forget to do it. And then sometimes you forget or you don't do it. And then you make yourself feel bad. Like, say, you plan to go to a really good, I don't know, like orchestra or something like that, and then you're planning on doing this every day, this every day, this every day, just to get inside, but then you don't get inside, right? That's like something that you don't that's something that's a con of dreaming big, because sometimes it doesn't happen and you just feel bad. So for those of you who don't know, I swim. And then so some examples of dreaming big when you go swimming. Swimming is like you want to get to this speed in this amount of time. So you have to train as much as you can just to get that time. So that's basically a goal. Like dreaming, that's you dreaming big to get to there. Well, also you could dream like bigger things. Like for example, you want to save the Amazon rainforest from deforestation, or stop planting those oil palm trees. I think that's what they're called. Yeah, because for some reason that you don't know, that I don't know. So you're so it's just you can have like those big dreams that help that helps like the entire world, because like, but then you can also have those big dreams, like if you're I don't know, like a criminal. So if you have those big dreams of like doing something, but that might not necessarily be a good dream, but to you it's a good dream. But so big dreams, I have to say, are really good, because they are the goals, and goals set up your life, and your life is what you live. And that's thank you.
All right, awesome work. Very well said. Yeah, thank you for that amazing speech. All right, 1 minute 33 minutes, 1 minute 33 seconds, and then we'll have our next participant. You're up, Adam W. Awesome. So, Adam, you should have your speech in front of you. You can start speaking in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
My friend was thinking that everything was impossible. He didn't dream big. He normally was always in his comfort zone, just laying there, not going outside or doing anything. He would just watch TV or just lay on his bed. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adam, and today my topic is Dream Big. In my story, I said my friend didn't dream. He usually didn't do anything. He was inside his comfort zone, and he couldn't do lots of things. Today, I will present 3 points on why everyone should dream big. Point 1. Firstly, everyone should have dreams. Dreams matter. They could be very useful in the future, whether you want to open a job, make a company, or be an inventor that invents lots of things. Well, dreaming is one of the very useful things for inventing, because if you don't dream, you don't have good ideas. And if you don't have good ideas, you can't invent anything. Secondly, people can go outside of their comfort zone. People would do unbelievable stuff that nobody ever did, or they could do incredible things that people thought were impossible. For example, scaling a wall without anything. They could invent things, for example, sticky shoes or a mind eraser or anything they wanted to. And they can go outside and try finding more species of animals or go down to the bottom of the sea to find animals. Or they could go out space and challenge to somewhere no one has ever went to. For example, Saturn or Jupiter. Now, my last point. Everyone can be curious. Dreaming can make people curious, so they ask questions to themselves. Why? Can I make a mind eraser? Or can I do this? They can lead to world-changing inventions or big things. Or they can be inventors that is really, really famous. They can dream. This is all because of dreaming. Now to summarize. My points were everyone should dream. People can go out of their comfort zone. And my last point was everyone would be curious and be good. to my story. At home, I thought about this for a while. Then I told him, you should really dream. Because if you don't dream, you won't be a big inventor. Because he always wanted to be an inventor. He wanted to be famous. So I told him, if you don't dream, then you will not be an inventor. It's going to be very hard. This is why everyone should have dreams. Thank you.
All right, awesome, awesome. All right, so it looks like Alexander's ready to come in. All right, Alex. Yeah, you should have your things available in front of you, so you can start your speech in 3, 2, and 1.
Hello, my name is Alex, and today my topic will be 2 words, dream big. I think that what this means has the same meaning as intelligence itself is not enough. I think the meaning about this is that if you have the talents to do something, but you don't decide to do anything with your talents, then you would be better off as having no talents and not doing anything, because afterwards you didn't really accomplish anything, even though you had the talents. For example, there was this person named Billy Bob Joe. Billy Bob Joe had the talents of doing a lot of math and being able to process a lot of things inside his head and do whatever. However, after he graduated school and getting really good marks and stuff, he decided to spend the rest of his life playing Minecraft in Hypixel. So, for the rest of his life, he didn't actually accomplish anything, even though he had the talent of doing so. And afterwards, even though he had the talent, he didn't accomplish anything with it. However, if he hadn't held back of facing challenges, which is also, and doing stuff with his talent, then he could have done a lot of things, such as he could have changed the world. Dream big. I think that quote also means to give yourself challenges, which means that you, by giving yourself challenges, you would also be able to improve, because you would also be able to improve because you would be able to do things and to push yourself to your fullest extent and whatever, I don't know.
All right, an interesting way to end, but awesome speech. Our next speaker for today, we have Alexander Y. All right, awesome job. Awesome job. Awesome. Okay, so Alexander, you should have your papers in front of you. Awesome. Yes, Alex, you can start your speech in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Once my friend got a project and he had to make a robot. He doesn't know what robot to make. So yeah, hello ladies and gentlemen. I am Alexander and my topic is dream big. For example, there was a scientist, and he was a poor scientist. He had no money. And one day he was in his bed sleeping, and in his dream, he made the cure for cancer. So the next day, he studied on his computer for days and days. He asked another scientist, and finally one day he made the cure for cancer. He Now he has a lot of money, and then he had a next dream. He wanted to solve world hunger. So he studied again. He made experiments. He asked other scientists, and he achieved his the other dream. And if you don't dream big, then you will never succeed. You will succeed, but you will succeed small. And remember the person at the for the front of my speech. He wanted to build a robot, but he had no idea what robot he should build. He was sleeping that day. He had a dream to build a robot to put food in your mouth. And the next day, he started working on it. He asked his teacher, he asked the science teacher, he asked his math teacher, and at the last day of the project, he succeeded. That's why you should dream big, ladies and gentlemen. Goodbye.
All right, awesome. Yeah, we'll just lay our 2 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, welcome, Garen. Yeah, so yeah, you can just get started right away in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Once there were two boys that had a dream that had dreams. One of them had a dream that he is gonna be a millionaire. On the other hand, this and person B dreamed about becoming a millionaire too, but he thought once he become a millionaire, he's gonna donate. He's gonna buy this. He's gonna help this company. He's gonna do this and that. And in the world, there's too much people that only dreams about small stuff instead of dreaming big. Maybe this guy wants to make a rocket. This guy wants to make a toilet paper out of rocket. Making a rocket out of toilet paper. Hello, my name is Garen, and today I'll tell you about my speech, Dream Big. So, in the world, there's too much people that dream too small. Like, let's say when I had a friend named Matty, he dreamed about owning a bus. Now that's just boring. Maybe he can say my dream was to have a bus and so I can do this and do that. Instead, he just said, my dream is to own a bus because it looks cool. That's too small. Maybe you can do something even bigger. And sometimes I see people saying, my dream is to do this, my dream is to do that, even though when they actually does it, 2 minutes later, they're like, oh, I'm bored. Can we do something else? And that's not really a dream. That's just something you feels like it's fun, but it's not that fun. So, and by dreaming big, it's like, let's say person A wants to be a millionaire, so he is rich and famous. But person B, he doesn't care about being famous. His dream was to get lots of money, donate to the people that really needed those money, and buy people that really need clothes or warm clothes, or like a house, and many more. And yeah.
Awesome job. Very wonderful speech. Thank you for that very well made speech. We'll just wait this 2 minutes for our next contestant. All right, hold on. All right, yeah, thanks for turning on your camera. Yeah, Nancy, you should have your speech in front of you, so you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
I once read a website, and there was this girl, and she was contracted double pneumonia and scarlet fever, and many doctors said she wouldn't be able to walk in her whole life. And by the age of 9, she removed her metal braces, and by the age of 13, she developed a rhythmic walk. And that same year, she decided she wanted to become a runner. And so she went into races, but every single time she came in last, until one day a miracle happened. She got first place. And that roll kept going and going until she went to the Olympics and won 3 gold medals. So if you were in her position, would you dream big or go short? Would you dream big and want to race or begin a runner in the first place? Or do you just go, I am going to just walk and not be able to run or play? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nancy, and today my topic is dream big. I have identified a problem in this world. It is that people don't dream big. People aim for the lowest that makes them succeed. They don't dream for big and say, oh yeah, I'm gonna still get the same grade. Why would I just go bigger and get the same grade? So I had a school project and we had to make a slideshow. And she said you at least needed 8 to 20 slides. And I thought, okay, so since it's 8 to 20, what if I do 8? I do not want to dream big because I don't want to achieve. There's too much work to do 20 slides. So I did 8 slides while my friend did 20 slides. And in the end, when we got our grades, we both got the same mark. But the teacher wrote comments on her report card saying dreaming big. And she wrote on my report card, you need to dream more. And I thought, okay, next time I am going to dream big. And let's take an analogy, a road. So you drive along that smooth road, no bumps. And there is a spot. Say you wanted to go camping. So there's this camping place. It's really beautiful, but there's not a smooth surface for you to put up a camp. So would you dream big and continue going, hoping to find a better spot? Or do you just stay there and somehow find a way to put up that tent? If you go big, go and try keep finding it, you are dreaming big. So I have a solution for you. You have to dream big. It is the one and only solution. Dreaming big can solve this problem in an instant. You have to shoot for the stars, go big or go home. And an example of this is my sister's volleyball. So she was playing U14 at the age of 10. And she decided she wanted to go into a really good volleyball club. And she wanted to go play U14 while she could always play U13. But she dreamed big and playing U14. And right now, she is a pretty good setter. And she, just because of that dreaming big, her volleyball career is a much easier path. If we follow this solution, I can imagine a world where people are more successful. People achieve what their dreams are because they're dreaming big. And they will achieve that goal because they are dreaming big. And I can imagine a world where people are much happier because they're dreaming big and achieving that thing rather than just going short and not going what you want. So in conclusion, that person in the hook was Wilma Rudolph. She is an Olympian and she won 3 gold medals. But she, as I said before, contracted double pneumonia and scarlet fever. This didn't stop her from becoming a famous runner. She wanted to dream big, and she did dream big. And she succeeded in life, and now is retired. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that very impressive speech. Awesome job. All right, so there's this 20 seconds left, and yeah. Actually, I think they're done preparing right now. All right.
Hello.
Hello. It is Luke. All right. So, Luke, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Imagine that you have a group project. Now, in this group project, imagine there's a group project, but there is 2 groups. The first group thought, this group project is very difficult. So how are we supposed to do it? We can't, right? And we won't ever reach the end line. But the other group thought, this might be a little bit difficult, this group project. But maybe if we set our goal high, if we have an end goal, we can eventually build up.
Now, if you were the teacher, imagine it. Who would you think would do better? Which group would you think would get a better mark at the end? Hello, my name is Luke, and today my topic is Dream Big. Now, I have identified a problem, and the problem is that many people don't dream big. They always think, this is very difficult. How am I supposed to do it? And then if they don't set a good goal, if they don't have good dreams, they don't really know where to go. They're just wandering and they don't know where they would end up. Imagine that your life is like a road. And this road is very long, and there's many experiences along the way. Now, at the end is going to be your end goal. What you dreamed of at the beginning, that's going to be what you're aiming for. But if you don't have a goal, you're just wandering along. You have no end destination. You won't know where to go, and thus you won't know how to get there. Once I was at the beginning very good at math until algebra came. Now at first it was very hard, but I set a goal for myself, and my goal was at the end of this year, I want to know at least basic algebra and some different techniques of it. Now, back then, I still continued. I set a goal. But if I can set a goal, I would have maybe continued doing algebra, but I wouldn't have known what to continue on doing, how I could get better, and what I wanted to be at the end. Now, this is a very big problem, but luckily there is a solution. And the solution is to always dream very big. You always want to set goals for yourself because that goal is going to be your guideline. That goal is going to lead you to where you want to be at the end. Let's take an example. Thomas Edison. Now back then, lighting was by candles. And candles back then and now are actually very dangerous because, well, you can burn stuff and it's just not that safe. And he dreamed of a better light source. And he dreamed of a light source that is much better, much brighter, and more safer. Now, at the beginning, he tried many times. It may have took him dozens of times, and he may have still not got it. But he had a goal for himself. He had a goal to get a better light source and to find more discoveries. And after a long time, he eventually got it. So if we implement the solution, I could visualize a world where people will dream much bigger and people would at the end be more successful. They'll have a better guideline for themselves and they'll understand where they will be going and what they will be doing. So in conclusion, you always want to dream big, set goals for yourself, and at the end, you'll be at the end destination. Thank you for listening to my speech.
All right, thank you, Luke, for that amazing speech. We'll have around 50 seconds left until our next speaker comes. Oh, all right, Lucas. Yeah, you're up next. You can start your speech in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I once had a friend and he never dreamed big. Whenever he did anything, he just did easy things and stuff he could do without trying. And whenever he tried these things, he always just did it easily. Whenever he does math questions, he never goes to the grade he's on, but instead he goes to the grade 1 section. So one day he was doing a challenge and he didn't really do so good. And next time he tried, he still didn't do so good. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lucas and today I will be talking about the topic dream big. So once I heard a story about a person who never dreamed big and he never did anything good. So I've been thinking about the story ever since. And what I got from the story is even if he dreamed big, he would still fail higher and above all others. If Albert Einstein and Thomas Edison didn't dream big, then the world we live in wouldn't be the world we know today. It would be what it was before, and there wouldn't be anything that was new. So, Thomas Edison, he wanted to make the world better. So, he invented the light bulb. He failed tons of times. And if he didn't fail, he didn't try, he wouldn't have gotten so good. Imagine you're going to a science fair and there's two teams. One which dreams big and wants to make this really good and a very amazing thing, while the other just wants to do something they know, something they learned in grade 2 or 3 that they know they can do easily. So if I was in this situation, I would choose the first group. Which one would you choose? I'm pretty sure most of you would also choose the first group, because if you dream big, you can do better stuff. And about a month ago, I've been studying about the brain, and during the research, I found out that doing challenges and dreaming is actually good for you, because challenges, they give your brain something to strive for and something to work forward for. And if you don't strive for these goals, you wouldn't get so good. And if you never did any challenges, you would be really bad. So I've read a ton of stuff about these famous people who invented a ton of things. A lot of them were just by a coincidence, but most of them were because they dreamed big. The people who invented toothbrush or soap or stuff we use all the time we don't even think about, they dreamed big. They wanted to achieve big things and they wanted to get famous. So after this speech, I want you to think about dreaming and dreaming big. So the next time you do anything, you can get better. Back to my friend the Hook. He realized his problem and he started improving. He tried more challenges. He did questions that were higher than his grade. And after that, he did really good. He got so much A's and he was literally at the top of the class. Thank you. That was worse than I expected.
No worries. You did fine. It was wonderful. Awesome job.
This is one of the topics I actually practiced, and I just didn't practice it that well. I was just like, I feel like Andy's gonna do one of these inspirational topics, and I just randomly thought of one, and then I just practiced it like a little bit.
Yeah. All right. I guess that's good. But yeah, you did awesome. Awesome job.
I have a bit of commentary, and it's that the inventor of the toothbrush was once a criminal, and he invented the toothbrush in a jail.
Yeah, I know that.
That's interesting.
I'm back. My computer just ran out of battery, so yeah, that's why.
All right, that's fine.
Sorry.
All right, that's completely understandable. All right, so we should be seeing Tegan soon. Next up, we have Tegan. All right, so Tegan, if you would like to turn on your camera, turn on your mic, you can start your speech in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Has anyone ever told you that to be successful, to get a lot of money, or whatever you want in life, you have to dream big and follow that dream and pursue it like you never had before? Well, I knew a person who didn't follow that advice, who didn't dream big, or didn't even try to accomplish goals, or even set goals. The person that I heard of didn't really accomplish well in life. They were mediocre at first, and they were mediocre still. That's just because I think that they didn't dream big. They didn't set goals to work forward to. And they didn't try and pursue goals. They didn't even try and accomplish goals. Hi, my name is Tegan, and today I'm going to talk about dreaming big. I have found a gigantic problem that people are not keen to address because they're afraid that there could be no solution to it. People are afraid to dream big, to dream of all the things that they could have, to dream of things that they want. But why would dreaming big do anything? Why is dreaming big good? If you don't dream big, say, go to high school and get okay grades, rather than you dream big and say, go to an amazing college and aim to be the best and get the best grades. Goals are like a path that will lead you in the correct direction. Though it is likely that you will accomplish the small goal that you set, a very small goal, such as the high school. And it is not that likely to accomplish the big dream. Though once you accomplish the small goal, you'll feel pride, yes. But you won't accomplish another goal for a while because you'll be like, oh, I accomplished a goal some this year, so I will stop right now and do more later. Where a big dream, you can keep on pursuing it and pursuing it. You will never stop if you really want that big dream. You will never stop if you really think that this big dream is the one that will help you. Though you may not accomplish it, you'll go farther than if you set little goals. You'll go farther than if you set none at all. But why do people not set big goals in the first place? Mainly, I think it's because they are afraid that they won't be able to accomplish them, or they won't be able to achieve them, and they will feel disappointment. But in reality, though you may not be able to achieve them, like I said, you can still go up to them and you will still feel pride at how far you've come. You will still feel pride that you are still trying to accomplish this big dream. So the solution is to dream big and push to go to that dream. Push to accomplish that dream. Even if you do not accomplish that big dream, you will get a far amount along the way rather than setting one goal, one very small goal, and going there. Dreaming big will help you accomplish stuff in your life. That person I mentioned in the example, that was Bill Gates. He didn't have a big dream at first, but then he had this big dream to make an amazing company, Microsoft. And he eventually accomplished that dream through hard work and dreaming big. Thank you.
Awesome work, Tegan. Very well said. Thank you for that speech. Just about now in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
You may have heard of Misty Copeland. Is the first African American prima ballerina. When she was younger, she loved watching ballet. And she dreamed big. She really wanted to become a prima ballerina. So she trained herself really hard. What was that she was African American? Americans in her generation were not allowed to become prima ballerinas. What missed going? She kept dreaming big. She kept working herself really hard. And in the end, she achieved her goal. She became the first African American prima ballerina. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexis, and today my topic is Dream Big. People. or setting their goals too low and it's too easy to achieve them. Misty, who set her goals high, they just want the goal to fly to them. That's why they don't set their goals high. They want the goal to fly to them. They want it to be easy so then they can do it. So, for example, let's say that you want to become maybe a professional skier. Goal, you set it as to ski good. Goal is incredibly easy to achieve. Maybe in a few weeks, you'll be able to ski good. Because your goal's high, and you say maybe try to be able to ski down double black diamonds. Then probably that'll take a few months to achieve something that's so much better than just being well. Encourage you to set higher goals. No matter whether it comes a success or failure, you can still learn from it. Take Wilma Rudolph as an example. When she was in her teens, she was diagnosed with polio. Of sitting at home and laying on bed, she decided that she would train really hard to be able to walk again because in that period of time, she was wearing a brace. She dreamed big. She wanted to become a sprinter when she grew up. So she kept training herself, and in just a few weeks, she could walk and run without her brace. Because she dreamed big and worked towards it, she became a very famous sprinter, and she became a champion in that field. She dreamed big, and very few African American women like her were dreaming of becoming a sprinter. But Will dreamed. She kept practicing and training herself. Without dreaming big, she wouldn't have become such a champion sprinter. I strongly encourage all of us to dream big, set our goals higher, no matter whether it's a success or it's a failure. We can learn from that. If we apply this to our lives, I can imagine a much better world. Thank you.
Awesome job. Thank you for that speech, Alexis. Wonderful job. We have our final speaker for today. We have Tyler. All right, Tyler. Welcome aboard. You can get started right away in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Once I was just walking around and I was asking my friend if he knew anything because we were kind of bored. So he told me about a story he had read, which was basically about a young boy who worked for this ruthless king in a castle, but ended up becoming a king through his dreams, basically, which at first I didn't really exactly get what he said. So I asked him, what does it mean? And the only thing he replied was, dream big. Hello, my name is Tyler, and today my topic is dream big. You need to dream big to create better goals, to create a more successful life is a chain which can help you. Creating bigger dreams, say you want to become a pilot. then be a pilot. You control how much you work, you control what you want to be. It's different when you dream small and saying, "Oh, I can't do this, so I'll settle on being a teacher." Well, why not? Look at your strengths. If you're good at sports, maybe look at that sport you're really good at and maybe try and go to, say, the NFL if you're good at football. But then again, you'll not always have a talent. So you must dream big, find your talent, and you'll become successful. It is an easy way to find your goal, and it can also help solve many problems in your life as long as you dream big. Thank you.
All right, wonderful job. So that is our last speaker for today. All right, so now we'll go on to feedback, and after that, we'll have a short break where we will tally up the scores and prepare the presentation. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, let's turn on some cameras, judges, and we can, let's just go ahead with some feedback. All right, yes. So let me just stop this timer, reset it. Cool, cool, cool. All right. So let's start off with yeah, let's just go in the same order as we did last time. 40 minutes overtime, yeah, or overtime. It's a tradition now. Yeah. All right. Anyways, let's start off with let's go from backwards to forwards this time actually. So starting off with Garen. Garen, very good work on your theoretical examples. So one of the big things I really liked was kind of the fleshed outness of the examples and how each one was quite in depth and it was very engaging to look at. So nice theoretical examples, nice diversity, and quite memorable.
Yeah, so I agree with a lot of what Annie said. So, Garen, you bring up a lot of those examples. Yeah, so since there was a lot of theoretical examples, it made up most of the flesh of your speech, which means there wasn't much of a room for kind of like the more analysis or like the more logical based part of your speeches. So that means that in some cases with specific judges or with specific topics, people may not actually understand what exactly is being talked, what exactly is being spoken about, and overall like what kind of the main idea of your speech is, which is kind of like, you know, why you give a speech. You want to get through a main idea and kind of just, you know, persuade, entertain, or inform. That's the main purpose of the speech. And I feel like sometimes when you just fill up your speech with theoretical examples, you kind of miss that point. So maybe include a little bit more of the logical aspect of things. And yeah, that would be overall more beneficial. Besides that, very good job.
Yeah, so Garen, you had a good intro of a theoretical and hypothetical example. You had a problem solution format. So you had lots of examples, lots of theoretical and hypothetical examples. Do I think if you had a few more different kinds of examples, it would be better? Also, you did state the problem of this, but maybe state the solution, like what is the solution? That would be better, but apart from that, you did really good.
Yes, Garen, very good hook on the theoretical and hypothetical example. They're very good examples. And yeah, as Patrick has said, add a bit more logic in it. So like have a bit more logical side on it. And the format, I didn't really catch it. Maybe you could like be a bit more blunt on the format so like people can understand it a bit more better. Except from that, though, really good speech.
All right, overall, wonderful, wonderful job. All right, 23, Alex Y. So, just try to make this scientist example a little bit more shocking, since it just kind of a classic kind of thing about person has dream, follows dream, achieves dream. Try to make it like a deviate from that a little bit more to make it a little bit more interesting. But it was good overall. The personal example could have been fleshed out a little bit more. But overall, though, you had a really good logic with the 5 Ws. Nice diversity, especially with that ethos and that logos for the rhetorics. Overall, awesome.
Yeah, I agree. So Alexander, Alex, why you? Yeah. So once again, the scientist example, as Andy mentioned, that was kind of just there as, and it felt more like a filler space, which means like it didn't drive much of an impact. It didn't really add anything to your speech. So if you want to include something that's gotta have some sort of impact, I feel like you missed out on that. And then just really briefly, yeah, just I feel like this is quite the opposite with the Garen speech. You had like a lot of logic, but then you were kind of lacking on the examples part. So just including more examples, it'll help kind of form a link between the audience and the actual speaker itself. Besides that, very good job.
So Alexander, you had a good example about how your friend in a project. I think that you had a good logical example about the scientist who tried to find this cure for cancer. I think a few things you should improve on is number one, add a format. Like you've got the content, but the format would make it like more organized. I think you should lower your camera because I could only see the top of your eyes, but the rest of your things I could not see. So if you're making any hand gestures, I could not see you do that. I think you should have more examples, more variety of examples, and you should also say what the scientist's name is, especially if it's a well-known scientist, because this adds credibility. But apart from that, you did really good. So yeah, congratulations.
Okay, so very good hook and very good example. And as Sarah and everyone just said, have a format that will be a bit more better. So like just be a bit more blunt on your organization. And for the presentation was overall pretty good. But as Sarah said, lower your camera because we can't really see your hand gestures if there were hand gestures, and we don't really know too good if you're exactly looking at the camera, looking at your paper. So just lower your camera, add a format, but overall, really good speech.
All right, overall an awesome job. All right, Alexander C. All right. So Alex, you did have quite a bit more speech just in general than last round, which is awesome. So a lot more logic, and you had some nice personalized personal example. So yeah, you just have to add a bit more format, and everything should be structured a little bit more. But otherwise, awesome job.
Yeah, so as Andy said, this speech was mainly logic-based. There wasn't many examples, although the few you've included were very good. Yeah, so once again, the speech was quite a little bit hard to follow. Just me personally, when I was just going through your speech, jotting down a few notes, it was a little hard to follow, kind of just figure out what you're actually saying in a specific point. Yeah, so in this case, once again, as Andy's mentioned as well, having a format, having a structure, this kind of provides a little bit of framework for your speech as a whole, making it easier for you to follow and making it easier for us to follow as well as judges. Besides that, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so Alexander, you had opened your camera for the full time so we could see your eye contact for all the time, so that's very good. You also had a good analysis of the topic. A few things I think you should improve on is number one, add an intro into your speech. Number two, add the format, and also add some few examples into your speech. But apart from that, you did pretty good. So yeah, congratulations.
Okay, let's see. So Alex, you did really good, pretty good examples that you had, very good logic and pretty good presentations. Just as Sarah said, add a format and have a bit more examples. Also, as Patrick before stated again and again, add some intonation into it to have like like, so people know that, oh, this part is more important, they'll listen to it more. But except from those parts, really good speech, huge improvement from last time.
Sorry, there I was muted, but yeah, overall a wonderful, wonderful speech delivered by Alex. All right, so after Alexander C, we have Adam. All right, so Adam, you have use of a very good vocabulary, and especially with those figurative language. So that did a lot, like the literary figures or figurative speech. Yeah, those kind of brought it home with the engagement part of it. I really like that. I also really like the nice balance of the rhetorics and the audience interaction. So those kind of just made your speech a bit more flushed and a little bit more in depth. So love that.
Yeah, so as Andy said, you have a good use of vocabulary, a good way with words. That kind of helped to just keep the audience's attention. Yeah, that was really good. As well, just interacting with the audience, asking all those rhetorical questions, and kind of sort of explaining the topic really well. You did that quite good. I feel like one thing you may need to improve on is just overall, I guess, the impact. So you bring up a lot of, you interact with the audience a lot. And that's great, but once again, there's not much of an impact to something you're saying if you don't really explain it thoroughly. So why is it that what you're saying today is so important? Why does it prove the point the best? And that's kind of one of the big things you need to include in order to, I guess, you can say, just win the tournament or get a good score. Yeah, so just including that impact, that'll help us kind of just wrap it up, even if it's just a few words. It'll just help us remember what exactly your speech was overall about, what the most important part was. Yeah, so overall, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so Adam, you had a good format of 1, 2, and 3. I liked your second and third point about how your second was like to get out of your comfort zone, and your third to be curious. Overall, you did very good. Just maybe add some more examples. But apart from that, you did pretty good. So yeah, congratulations. Good job.
Yeah, you did pretty good hook, very good examples, I love them. And as Sarah said, just add a bit more examples to make it a bit more longer, add a bit more examples, and except from that, pretty good speech.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, very well done, Adam. All right, Angelina. Yeah, you have a very interesting take with the pros cons format, and you have a good balance of logic and inspiration. What I think that you really had here was like a good balance overall of everything, like the rhetorics, the logic, inspiration, diversity, and prominence. Very good balance, very rounded speech, which I really like. It was very fleshed out. Liked your take with the pros cons format, although it's very unique, so you got extra points for that. Although I would feel like just take this by a grain of salt because all formats are good in their own way, but I would probably use more of a problem solution. But you made the pros cons format work, and that's like both creativity and adaptivity. So overall, wonderful job with that unique take with the pros and cons format.
Yeah, so I agree. Overall, the speech was very creative, just matching kind of like a comparative format, rather. You can call it instead of just simply like pros and cons. It was more of a comparative, which I felt was quite interesting. It's very uncommon for these types of topics in which like you're literally talking about like dream big. Those two words is your topic. So having a kind of a comparative, although it actually like works in your case, that was wonderful. It's very uncommon in these cases. As mentioned before, like Andy said, there's a few like in certain topics, there's a few cases in which a certain format will work better than others. I feel like in this case, although like it's not common, your format was overall like very well done. It was a good adaptation of that format as a whole. Yeah, you had an overall like very well balanced speech through like just simply your logic parts and like and your examples as a whole. So it was great. It was very well balanced. Yeah, so overall, very good job.
Yeah, so Angelina, you had a good format of pros and cons that was a bit special and very surprising. You also had a good personal example about swimming, and you had a good analysis in your format. So you did really, really good. Just a few things to improve on are number one, when you say I guess, it kind of like makes the power of that part go down, but you want your speech to sound like very strong, very truthful, very powerful, right? You want people to think, yeah, this is a very good speech. So when you say things like I guess, maybe, I don't know, things like that make the power of your speech go down. So try saying things like this is true or I know. Have more variety of examples, and your speech were kind of pieces of your speech were like scattered all over. So maybe like put a plan up for it, like this. But apart from that, you did really good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, very good speech. So format, pros and cons, very good. Just be a bit more blunt on that. Very good hook, very good examples. Just a bit more of those examples, but they're all very good. And be a bit more slower. But overall, you had a very good speech.
All right, overall, a wonderful and unique speech. All right, Tina is next. All right, so Tina, you had a very long and memorable personal story, and quite a few personal stories. They are shaped like a storybook, which is that's a good sign of a good story, and you're all around a good storyteller. And you also actually had a few logical examples dotted around, which would make good balance. However, they kind of get overwhelmed by the amount of personal stories. So try to up that balance and that diversity. But yeah, overall, awesome. I also liked how you used the 3-point format. Worked nicely with this topic. Awesome job.
Yeah, so just touching on that format thing, 3-point formats are like sort of what I guess you can call also the topical format as it's usually called. Yeah, that was like a pretty good take. It's one of the most common formats that people use as well. So yeah, overall very good job with that. Another thing is like, yes, your overall speech as before with Garrett as well, was quite similar. It was mainly revolving around a giant story. So you include multiple stories in this case instead of just one giant big story around it. Yeah, so in this case, sometimes, especially in a lot of tournaments with parent judges, people will get overwhelmed by the fact that it's a story. And sometimes people don't pay as much attention to literally what your content is, what your main point is. So in these cases with the story, you want to emphasize your main point a lot. You want to put really big emphasis on that because sometimes people will miss out on that and all they remember of your speech is basically that story, which is not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but they just may not remember your main point, which is what you're trying to get throughout your speech. Yeah, so just finding that balance, maybe reduce your stories a little bit, add a little bit more of like the clarification and kind of be very blunt with what exactly your main point is so people will actually remember. Overall, very good job.
Yeah, okay. So you had a good 1, 2, 3 format. You also had the good example of Walt Disney, the logical one, and your personal swimming one. I think that your internet is having problems because like time after time you kept freezing and then then the pace would quickly speed up. That made it kind of hard to focus on what your speech was trying to say. So please fix your internet. Also try not to say and so much. I mean, yes, it is sometimes like you need some time to think of the words to say, but you kept repeating and over and over in your speech. It gets kind of annoying after a while, so please fix that. Also, you should add a call to action and visualization at the end, but apart from that, you did very good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes, very good speech. Your hook is very good examples, and the format one did very good, and then pretty good logical examples. The only things maybe you can improve on is, first of all, change the format to problem solution, and then be a bit more blunt on the organization. But overall, really good speech. Oh, and Andy, can I join with a different computer? Mine is running out of battery.
All right, sure. Go ahead, Jeremy. You might miss out for a few students' feedback, but that should be fine.
No, no. It's not gone yet. I'm gonna stay here and I'm gonna log in another one. Then I'm gonna go out here.
All right, sure. Go ahead then.
And also, that one it doesn't have a virtual background.
Oh, okay. Then that's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Go ahead. All right. So, all right. Overall, a very, very wonderful done speech, Tina. All right. So next we have William Wu. All right. So you have good logic, but I want more logic. So you answer you kind of like put your examples as almost like a question. You just answer with logic. That's an interesting way to go about it, but it's not as effective as like making the like min-maxing the examples to be as interesting as possible and concentrating the logic just as some cushioning to kind of bridge them together. 'Cause I find that more impactful and a lot more engaging. But yeah, you have good logic. I just want a bit more of it and maybe structured in a different way. So you have nice personalized theoretical examples though, and that's a big improvement over last time. So overall, awesome job.
Oh, Andy, can you move me into this breakout room?
Sure, go ahead. I mean, yeah, I will.
Okay, so while they're doing that, I suppose I'll go ahead then. So yes, William, once again, your speech today was mainly more logical focused rather than like, personal examples, which albeit is, it's great, but I feel like for this topic in general, you want to be a tiny bit more just like, more emotional focused. So that means more examples rather than much more of an analysis based kind of approach to this. So you want to just include a few more of these personal examples or just examples as a whole. Stories and stories, analogies, etc. Yeah, so in the case you really want to do a logical approach, you want to include more of that, include more analysis, more impacts, because that's how you're going to like actually get the judges to understand what you're going to say, what your main point is overall. Yeah, once again, yeah, so not much to say other than that, just including if you really want to take this approach, you want to include like a lot more logic in this case. And if not, just include a few more of those examples that'll balance it out as a whole. Besides that, good job.
Yeah, okay, so William, you had a good format of problem solution, and I liked your cause. Your cause was like why we are dreaming big. You also had a good solution, but a few things I think you should improve on is number one, put the signpost for the problem. So like, this is what my problem is. I didn't really hear that. Also have more of a variety of examples. And yeah, add some logical examples to make your speech more prominent. And your solution was very good, but I think we can improve it a bit because you said that the solution is just to dream big. But what I think you really should say is how we can dream big. Because yes, we can all dream big, but how we can dream big is what we really want to do. So if you can change the solution title to how we can dream big, it would be stronger and that would be better. So apart from that, you did really good. So yeah, congratulations.
Wait, right now we're on William, right? Okay, so William, you had a very good speech, very good examples. I'm not sure about the format, but organization's all pretty good. Add a bit more intonation, so like emphasis a bit more. Except from that, though, pretty good speech.
All right, awesome. Overall, terrific. Okay. After William, we have Raymond L. Yeah, very interesting take. More of a logical speech this time. Again, the memorable tournament example, like breaking the fourth wall thing. Not sure if need to call it that, but like, yeah, I really like the way you took this. Like the way you kind of told your examples and structured examples. It was very interesting and it was quite unique. So overall, Raymond, awesome job.
Yeah, all right. So, Raymond, once again, as Andy mentioned, your approach on this topic was quite interesting. It was quite unusual as well, but not in the bad way. It was quite interesting to listen to. I want to avoid using that word too much. But yeah, so it was a very memorable speech, just overall your approach, your content, and etc. You had a logical based approach on this. So once again, as I've mentioned with William as well, I believe that this topic is mainly emotionally based. So since it's dream big, you want to tell the judges that you have to dream big. And most of the times that's done through examples, real life stories as to how dreaming big has led to success, how dreaming big has led to improvements, and how dreaming big has led to so and so things. Yeah, which means normally you want to take more of a storytelling based approach. Although, yes, once again, still including some of the logical parts. And as this is more of a logical based speech, I feel like you need to just really bluntly state that impact. How is all of this in driving people to actually go ahead and dream big? How is all of this actually telling people to drive ahead, go ahead, and actually dream big overall? So once again, just taking that kind of just making things more blunt as a whole. Yeah. So besides that, though, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so Raymond, you had a good format of problem solution. You also had a very emotional speech. And what I found two very, very memorable things about your speech is number one, what your dream was, and how you gave the example about how some people's dream is going to Candyland. And one of the most memorable things actually was when you talked about your desire of winning. Obviously, everyone has that desire, but how you personally stated that was actually very making your speech very memorable. That was very good. Two things you should improve on is number one, say the nicety, because unlike Zoom, no one's going to randomly know your name. And you also should add a signpost for the problem. But apart from that, you did really good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes. Okay. So Raymond, pretty good speech. Very good hook and examples. I think he had a bit of intonation as well. That's pretty good. And be a bit more blunter on organization and like on the format as well. Except from that though, it's not a bad speech. Pretty good.
All right, awesome. So, next up we have Nicholas. All right. So, not much to say here. I just thought you had really good tone, very good parallelism, vocabulary, and figures of speech. So, awesome job.
Yes. All right. So once again, sorry, lost my spot here. So, Nicholas, yeah. So, once again, there's not much to say. It was overall a very well-rounded speech. You had a good tone of voice. Overall, it was quite well-rounded. So, not much feedback for this. Maybe just including a few more of those hand gestures that I mentioned a lot. Yes, just to put emphasis on things, just to kind of, just drive the point home. Tell them this is the most important thing. This is important because of so and so, so and so reason, etc. So yeah, not much to say for this. Overall, you did very good.
Yeah, so Nicholas, you had good audience interaction in your intro. You had a quote that makes your speech very strong. You had a very good presentation skill during your speech. And I liked your analogy of the adventures. The thing I think you should improve on is to have more more variety of examples throughout your speech. But apart from that, you did super good. So congratulations.
Yes, Nicholas. So very good speech, very good examples, audience interaction, very good analogy. Love that. Also very good hook. And one thing you could improve on, as Sarah said, is just having more examples and having more diversity examples, like more logical examples, for example. Right. Except from that though, it was a really, really good speech.
Okay, awesome. So, all right. That is Nicholas. After Nicholas, William L. So you have good emphasis and intonation. Presentation is awesome. You have an interesting approach of talking more about like the scientific dreams and about like the advancement of technology and as like a whole of society, which I think was quite unique. Not many people actually took this approach. But the thing about this, it kind of led you down to use a bit more logical examples than typically necessary. But the personal examples you did have was very good. Yeah, but my other feedback for you is just to perhaps use a little bit more you can just use a little bit better vocabulary choices in your words just to make it a little bit more engaging.
Yeah, all right. So, yeah, I agree with a lot of what Andy said. Your approach to this was quite interesting. Like literally saying, people think of literal dreams when you sleep ahead and wake up, like a scientific dream, as Andy has said as well. Yeah, so you use a lot of good personal examples. Yeah, you use a lot of I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself a lot today. I apologize. But yeah, so overall it was a quite well-rounded speech, but once again, since you took kind of like a scientific approach to this, because of that scientific dreams example, you used a lot of like logical based analysis, which I'm not going to say is bad considering your approach to the speech, but it kind of just, I guess, reduce the impact of what personal examples actually add to your speech as a whole. So it reduced that impact a little bit, meaning that your personal examples, they were kind of just muddled in. They were kind of just there for the sake of being there instead of actually driving some sort of impact. So I would suggest maybe possibly reducing kind of like the logical part of this mainly and giving a few more, like maybe one or two more of those personal examples that are actually really, really impactful. That'll drive the point home. Overall, besides that, very good job.
So William, you had a good intro about a boy named Henry. You also had a good problem solution format, and you also had a quote, making your speech very strong. I liked how you had the example of your science project and how you were going to try to make a rubber band plane fly, but it failed. I liked your marathon analogy, and you had good presentation. So I think that was all over very good. Just add some variety of examples throughout your speech, and yeah, that's it.
Yes, very good speech. Okay, let's see. Okay, so very good problem solution format, I think. And very good logical examples on the quote, and very good examples like science fair ones, and very good marathon analogy. Love that. Just as Sarah, Andy, and Patrick said, add a bit more personal examples. Except some that though, wonderful speech.
All right, awesome. Next up, we have after William, Jason. All right, you have a good use of humor, and I really liked how you had a good comparison example with logic embedded inside of it. So that's like a perfect example of blending in logic with humor. It can be done. In your case, it did quite work. You use like an example to drive home the logical point. So yeah, that's what you did. So that's very awesome. So you're a very passionate speaker with lots of emphasis and intonation. Very well done.
Yeah, Jason. Overall, you had quite a humorous approach to this. It was quite, I guess you can call it, to put it lightly, very enthusiastic. To the point which I guess this leads to my kind of feedback, to the point which your enthusiasm, it was a little bit too much for me. So like you went a little bit overboard on this, like in certain parts of your speech as well. You kind of you use very wild gestures. It was very big overall. Sometimes in some cases to specific people, in this case that's me, they can get a little bit distracting and can be a little bit overwhelming and distracting to the point in which I wasn't really focused on your actual content of your speech. It was more like, whoa, what is he doing with his hands now? What is he doing like this? Yeah, so although your voice was matching overall like the dramatic emphasis on certain parts, I felt like it kind of just took away like overall your enthusiasm. It took a little bit away from actually what the focus of the speech is, in which it is the content of your speech, the impact of what you say as a whole. So I feel like just tone it down a slightly bit. Your enthusiasm is not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. Your enthusiasm was great, but I feel like it was a little bit to the point in which it was a little bit extra, a little too extra, and the point it's got a little bit distracting. So just tone it down a tiny bit. Yeah. Besides that, though, very good job.
Yeah, so Jason, you had this very, very humorous speech. It was super duper funny. I really liked it. I liked your intro about how randomly somehow Santa's becoming Grinch. And then at the end you said Grinch becomes Santa. So I like your format of 1, 2, 3. You had a good theoretical and hypothetical examples. It's a very imaginative speech, but a few things I think you should improve on is number 1, like say your name when you're saying the nicety. You also have a little bit problem with the internet, but if you fix it, that will be fine. And when you said the theoretical and hypothetical example about the farts, I mean, yes, it was very humorous. I won't say anything to that, but maybe get something that's a little more, well, not that bad as farts. Like maybe think something that's more mature. But apart from that, you did really good. So yeah, congratulations.
Okay, so very good speech about Santa becoming Grinch, very good. And then very good hook. Then I kind of missed the nicety. I don't think you had that. Maybe include that. And yeah, as Sarah said, don't talk about the fart thing. Like it's overall it's pretty funny, but like if you add that, it's kind of like over. It's like kind of a bit too much. But except from that, though, very good speech.
All right, very well done. Okay, so next up, Aiden. So yeah, nice board game personal story hook at the start. It was very engaging. Yeah, you have a good use of figurative language. For example, you always use the word skyrocket, which is it's better than just go up, right? So very well done with that. Good word choice. Love your imagery, and your visualization is excellent. So awesome.
Yeah, so as Andy said, you have a good way with words. You used a lot of figurative language, a lot of good words in the right places. Yeah, so once again, as with Jason as well, you were very enthusiastic about this speech. Once again, it was a tiny bit extra. Yeah, so although you include a lot of good examples as well, the enthusiasm overall, it was a tiny bit too, it was a little bit too much. So like sort of how you spoke as a whole, how you use your gestures, etc. So all those parts of your speech, was a little bit extra. Sometimes your gestures, especially, they got a tiny bit distracting. Yeah, so just tone it down slightly, as mentioned as well with Jason, and yeah, that'll provide a perfect balance of just overall a very enthusiastic speech, along with actually along with being non-distracting. Yeah, so besides that, overall, very good job.
Yeah, so Aiden, I think you had a very good speech. It was short, but it was very hilarious. What I think you can make it longer is like add a format and then add some examples, and try not to start with now, because that kind of like just get into the point, not try starting with now. But apart from that, you did really, really good. It was too hilarious. And yeah, that's it.
Yes, very good speech. So very good hook, and then the format. Yes, add a format, and then the board game example also very good. And then just add a bit more examples, but overall very entertaining speech and great.
Awesome. All right. So, next up we have Kaylee. So, Kaylee, loved your speech. It was true to the PS format. You had very good parallelism, just like last time, combined with emphasis, a poetic speech, which is especially good in this case, where it's definitely a bit more inspirational, a dream big topic, right? So you had individual cases in the problem and the problem solution format, so that made it a lot better. You had a big tone change in visualization, which made it a lot more impactful. Awesome job. Yeah. So overall, you had good diversity and good memorability. So awesome job.
Yeah, so along with which what Andy said, you had a very distinct format that was great. It was easy to follow as well. Yeah, so your speech was very I guess you can call it as well, just with Andy words, it was very poetic. It was very like, overall the style, how you presented it, it was very easy to follow. It also just kept the audience's attention throughout the entire duration of the speech, which is wonderful. Yeah, so content wise, not much to comment on. Yeah, so since you're following problem solution, there's not much to comment on for that. Just once again, I guess just using acting actual like meaning to your hand gestures. So once again, as with last round as well, you're kind of like using gestures for every single word in this case, meaning you did something around the lines of this, which means sometimes your gestures can get a little bit distracting. Yeah, so just putting the gestures in when you actually need it rather than compared to when you don't. Yeah, so instead of just using gestures, chopping the air, maybe just include those real gestures that you actually are important and add something to your speech as a whole. Besides that, very good job.
Yeah, okay, so Kaylee, it was a very good personal examples in the intro. You had a problem solution format, very good. And you had a quote that was very good. It was a very persuasive speech, and you had lots of analysis. You also had a good analogy on the box that was very memorable. Let's see. Okay, so it was a tad bit quiet when you spoke, so I think if you turned the volume up, I could hear you clear. Maybe you could add a few more different kind of examples, like maybe logical or theoretical and hypothetical. And like put the call to action and the visualization. It was kind of you had an example underneath the call to action visualization. So put that at the end. But apart from that, you did really good. So yeah, congratulations.
Miss Kaylee, you did very good hook, and then the problem solution format, all very good, very good examples. I think there was one personal / logical example, very good, and you had some intonation, very good. Just be a bit more louder, cause like I can't really hear you that much, but except from that, really good speech.
All right, awesome. Yeah, very well done, Kaylee. Very impressive speech. All right, next up, Yandon. All right, so you have a good logical example with lots of rhetoric, such as the why is Bill Gates rich and successful? You give us the good story of Colonel Sanders, wonderful logical examples. You have good parallelism, and you have good emphasis, you have good example diversity. Loved your mountain analogy, really good. Yeah, so a big improvement from round one. It didn't seem as much as like a debate, really good. Yeah, all I would really recommend would be a little bit more prominence in the memorability and diversity trade-off of the format. So you had a lot of examples, perhaps just making a few a bit more prominent. But yeah, that's my feedback.
Yeah, so yeah, and once again, very good job for this speech as a whole. It was well-rounded, a big improvement for last time. It was more of a speech style rather than debatey focused. Yeah, so you had a lot of good examples. Your main focus being like, why is Bill Gates so powerful? And then you kind of expand on this overall throughout your entire speech. Yeah, once again, the story of Colonel Sanders, which in case you don't know out there is the KFC guy. Yeah, that was very interesting. It added a lot and kind of, it may be a little bit of an unknown story to some people if you don't research KFC in your spare time, of course. And yeah, so that was an interesting part of your speech as a whole. Like, at first I thought you were talking about some sort of Michelin star chef, or something, just this one chicken recipe. It turns out it's just a fast food chain person. Yeah, you put a lot of emphasis on certain things. Yeah, you had a very diverse range of examples. So not only just covering the famous people, but like hypothetical situations and all that. Yeah, so once again, just although despite all that, you added like a few too many examples. Yeah, so to the point in which kind of a few examples sort of hide behind others, and is not much to remember throughout your speech. So once again, just impacts, yeah, just the impacts throughout your speech, and like the memorability, however you say that word. Yeah, so besides that, though, overall, Yan did a very good job.
Yeah. So, thank you for adjusting your light. Now I could see you much better. You had good audience interaction in your intro, and you had big vocabulary. You had the good example, logical example about Harlan Sanders, and you had lots of examples, in fact, throughout your speech. I think you had a good example, analogy about the mountain. I think your eye contact should be more focused on just the screen and your page. But apart from that, you did really good, and yeah, congratulations.
Sandin, really good speech. Let's see, so very good hook, and then the example about the KFC guy, very good. You kind of linked it at the back, that was also very good. Then the analogy, very good, and very inspiring. Overall, really good speech.
Awesome, awesome. Okay. That's yeah, overall a wonderful, wonderful speech. All right. Next up, Yanni. So, like I loved your Oprah logical example at the start. Very, very nice. Yeah, it was very prominent and very memorable. So, really like that. All of the feedback I really have is just use a little bit more formatting, just a little bit more blunt in the titles of your format. But otherwise, though, awesome job.
Yeah, so Yanni, once again, your example with Oprah, I forget her real name, that was very powerful because as of now, she's gaining a lot of attention from people, especially like from big TV companies. They're all publishing her kind of talk shows, you can call it, and yeah, so she's getting a lot of attention, meaning that your example is very relevant to current day, which means a lot more judges might really understand where your example is coming from, meaning it holds a lot more impact. So good job on your end. Yeah, so overall it was very I guess you can call it easy to remember speech. You bring up a lot of good content with a lot of really good impacts. Yeah, so once again, just a bit more of organization. So although like the content of your speech, it was easy to remember, just overall the structure of your speech, some parts were a little bit hard to follow. So just including a structural format, yeah, that'll just help with your organization as a whole, not only for us as judges, for the spectators, but also for you as a speaker. Besides that, very good job.
Yeah. Okay, so you had a good intro about Oprah Winfrey. You also had a very short, but it was very strong kind of speech. You had good presentation, nice eye contact and intonation. I think you could add a variety of examples and have some bit more eye contact, but apart from that, you did really good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes, very good speech. Very good hook about the opera guy, and very good examples. As Sarah said, more diversity. That'll be a bit more better. And be a bit more blunt on the organization because I didn't really detect a format that easily. So be a bit more blunter so people like the parental judges in the actual tournament can detect it a bit more easily if they're tired. But overall, really good speech.
Agreed. All right. Yeah, very good speech. Wonderful work for today. Yeah. All right. So next up we have Ethan W. Love your logical examples of Bill Gates and Thomas Edison. Really like your situational audience interaction. Really well done there. Yeah. You're dreaming as a medicine analogy. I feel like it's a good concept. It's really good. However, it just needs a little bit more linkage because a lot of things can be called a solution. But maybe linking it towards medicine isn't like the best way to do it. But it is. But having an analogy is better than no analogy. So awesome job there.
Yeah, so Ethan Wang, yeah, so you bring up once again the famous example and the very well used example of Bill Gates, Thomas Edison, these two very prominent figures throughout history and, in our present day, of course. Yeah, so not much else to say, but most of your content, once again, as Andy has mentioned as well, needs to link to the topic and I guess, form some sort of link to what the topic is as a whole. So in some cases, I didn't quite get kind of how what you said linked to the topic. So yeah, just linking your stuff back to the topic. So how does it relate to the topic? How can this add something to my speech as a whole? Those are all examples of links. So just use a little bit of those. Yeah, besides that, very good job.
Yeah, so you had a good format of problem solution. I liked how you mentioned Bill Gates and Thomas Edison and a few more. Your internet connection was broken, so I think if you could fix it, that would be better. And please add the signpost for the problem. But apart from that, you did super good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes, very good speech. Pretty good hook. You had a definition, very good. And then analogy, well, it was better than no analogy, so very good. And then the prime solution format, I think, like I only detected it was a prime solution and you had a format because I heard the solution, but I didn't hear the problem. So if you could signpost a bit and be more blunt on organization, that would be a bit more better. But it was already a very good speech and pretty good analogy.
Yeah, very well done. Yes, very, very good speech. All right, so next up, Hudson. Yeah, Hudson, you had a really nice analogy of the mountain. It was really well done, and you also had a good logical example, which was wrapped up at the end and revealed at the end, which with Malala. So yeah, you did still go overtime by a little bit, but not as much as last time, so that's good. Yeah, so overall though, awesome work, Hudson.
Yeah, so Hudson, your example, your story about Malala, that was one of the key aspects of your speech, one of the key strong points. So once again, you just introduced in the beginning, and at the end, you actually explained who it is, which was wonderful. Instead of kind of just leaving us wondering, well, who exactly is in the story? I don't know, but she sounds like an interesting person. You kind of actually introduced us to the real person inside of the story, which was wonderful. Once again, keeping an eye on your time. Do not go over time. What I suggest is that you spend 30 to 45 seconds on your hook and introductions. All that's, save I guess you should save 30 seconds for your conclusion, 30 seconds at the end, 15 seconds even. That works as well, just for a grace period in case you go over, and the rest of the time you can spend on your content. So just writing down a small plan on the side of your sheet of paper or wherever you're planning, yeah, that'll help you keep track of your time. So if you go over, say, if your introduction is slightly a bit longer, you might want to shorten down your conclusion or shorten down your content slightly a bit. So write that down so you can kind of adjust throughout your speech to how long you're going to take through each section. Besides that, very good job.
Yeah, so Hudson, you had a very good intro, and thank you for adjusting your light. I can see you much better now. You had a good problem solution format, and I liked your mountain analogy. I liked your Malala example and your project example. You also had a very good presentation skill. Just what I think is that maybe you should leave some more space for your solution, call to action, and visualization. But apart from that, you did really good, big improvement. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes, very good hook. And the project and all examples are very good. I think you had a loop back to the hook, all very good. And then you had an analogy on the mountain that was also very good. Overall, really good speech.
All right, yeah, awesome job. Yeah, okay. All right, so after Hudson, since Adi wasn't, Adi hasn't came today, we have Tyler. So Tyler, yeah, you have a nice balance between logics and inspiration, so that's good. Just also a nice rounded speech. So nice diversity, nice prominence. You had good rhetorics. Yeah, audience interaction was there. Very nice and well rounded. Awesome job, Tyler.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, pardon me. Sorry about that. So Tyler, overall, your speech was very good. I don't have much to say for it. So yeah, sorry, Mike. Yeah, all right. My ballot kind of froze there for a second. Yeah. So Tyler, don't have much to say for your speech. Just I feel like it was a tiny bit messy. Maybe work on your organization a little bit. Yeah. So presentation overall was fine. You brought up a few good examples. Added a lot to your speech. So just kind of a little bit on the organization part of your speech. I feel like it was a tiny bit hard to follow from my end. Yeah. So besides that, very good job.
Yeah, so I liked your personal example about your friend. I think you should you had good presentation skills though, nice eye contact and intonation. I think you should add a format and some more variety and of examples. But apart from that, you did really good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes, very good speech, Tyler. Very good hook, very good examples. The presentation was pretty fine. And then the logic also pretty good. As Patrick said, the organization can be a bit more blunter because they didn't really catch the format that much. So just be a bit more blunter on organization. Except from that, though, really good speech.
All right, yeah, very good speech, just as Jeremy said. Awesome, awesome. All right, so next up we have Alexis. So Alexis, I think that you do very good with all of the structuring of your speech. I loved how you added some sub organization in the each example and the cushioning of the logic as well. Really, really well done there. So all of your content is quite pristine, very well rounded. The balances are good. The main focus for here from me is probably just going to be a little bit of presentation. So for the presentation, try to have a little bit more power in emphasizing things. Your intonation is quite good. Just a little bit more emphasis, and that power will really come out. But overall, though, awesome.
Yeah, so as Andy said, you had a very well organized speech. It was very distinct which sections were what and where you're talking about certain specific things. Yeah, so once again, although you have pauses, although you have everything inside, you have the steps necessary for emphasis, but you don't necessarily go through with it. Meaning, like say for example, you have all your tracks laid out on the rail, except you don't let any trains go on your rail. Which means so your pauses, they're there, but you're not really using them to add emphasis. You kind of just put them at the end of every section for the sake of being there. Your gestures, your intonation, they're all there for emphasis, but you don't really use it for the sake of emphasis. So for emphasis, you want to put pauses at the end of words, at the end of sections, rather than simply putting them there for the sake of being there. Like if I just add pauses here and over here, they're not as meaningful. But if I were to say, you have to focus on this, you can't focus on another thing, then this is how you add more emphasis to your speech. So you have all the stuff necessary, you just don't necessarily implement it. So yeah, I hope you can just take all that, implement it, add the emphasis that's necessary. Yeah, so besides all that, very good job.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so Alexis, you had a very good logical example in your intro about the African and American ballerina. I think you had really good presentation skills, nice eye contact, though your intonation could use just a tad bit of an improvement. You had two very strong logical examples, though I think if you had some personal and theoretical examples, that would be better. Also, you have a bit of an internet connection problem for me, maybe not the rest of you. And your format, you should add a format, but apart from that, you did really, really good. Big improvement.
So yeah, pretty good speech. Very good hook and very pretty good examples. Just more personal examples, and then be a bit more blunt on organization and the intonation. Pretty good, but you can still be a bit better. But overall, really good speech.
All right, agreed. Awesome job. So, next up we have Tegan. All right. So, Tegan, this one you're kind of back to the logical way, but you did do it with very good theoretical comparisons and thought experiments and really good logical examples in the real world. So, yeah, it made this very engaging, especially with all those. With that logical, you managed to make it interesting, even though you didn't have as many personal examples, even though you did it. But yeah, so it's just my feedback would probably to make those personal examples a bit more prominent throughout the entire speech.
Yeah, all right. So once again, as Andy said, you took more of a logical approach to this. So as I mentioned in previous feedbacks as well, if you take a logical approach, you have to really drive through those impacts. Otherwise, you just provide a bunch of logic and evidence and analysis, but there's not necessarily much of that impact. So you do this quite well. You have a lot of comparisons, a lot of thought experience, a lot of theoretical kind of scenarios, which is great. It helps us understand mostly what you're trying to get through your all your logic and stuff. So that was done quite well. Once again, just as I mentioned before, despite having a logical format, you still want to include some sort of personal example, as that is very, very important to topics like these. So I feel like just including a few more of those personal examples, that would have helped make your speech a lot more better. Besides that, very good job.
Yeah, so Keegan, you had a good format of problem solution. You had really, really good presentation, and you had a good logical example in your intro. Just maybe add a few personal and theoretical and hypothetical examples to balance it out. But apart from that, you did really, really good. So yeah, congratulations.
Yes, very good speech. So very good format, problem solution, pretty good hook. It was very inspiring. And as Patrick and Sarah said, and also Andy, like for the examples, add a bit more personal and theoretical examples to even it out. So it just like isn't all logical. So like except from that though, it was still very good speech.
Yeah, so yeah, Tegan, very well done for this round. Okay, Lucas, we're getting into the last three. So, Lucas, you have a good situational audience interaction. You have good emphasis with your words, really good audience interaction, as I just said, and lots of logos and pathos, really good rhetorics. I also think that you had a well-rounded speech today, so awesome job there.
Yeah, so Lucas, you have you put a lot of good emphasis on things. You added a lot of so on the point of emphasis, you have a lot of emphasis on the important parts, which was wonderful considering those are the things you want to put the most emphasis on, and those are the things that the judges are probably going to remember the most out of everything you say. So that was wonderful. You have a lot of good audience interaction. So logos and pathos, as Andy has mentioned as well, you included a lot of those, which was wonderful. Not much feedback for you. Overall, it was very well-rounded speech, so good job.
Yeah, so let's see, Lucas, so you had a good logical example about Thomas Edison, and you had a good...
Excuse me, so I have to go in 5 minutes. So are we gonna announce the winner after you guys finish?
No, we're gonna have like a almost a 30 to 1 hour break.
Yeah, I was like around at least over 20-minute break, but I think we'll send it in WeChat.
Yeah.
That's
So
okay, thank you.
yeah, but yeah, you did really good today. So see you. All right, awesome. Okay. After that, uh, yeah. Okay,
Sorry,
sorry.
I haven't finished.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a very good theoretical and hypothetical example you had about science projects. Um, and it was you had very influential presentation. You had um good content, but I think if you signpost a format inside, that would be better. But apart from that, you did super good. So congratulations.
Yes. Okay. So let's see. Very good examples. The example in Hook, very good. Logic examples are very good and pretty good intonation. Overall, really good speech. And Andy, I'm logging in on another device. Can you let me in on that?
All right, sure. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Uh,
Can you put me on a breakout room, please?
sure. Okay. Really good, really good. All right, awesome. So, that's that. All right, next, Luke. I really liked your road analogy. I really liked your good personalized teacher theoretical example with that personal algebra examples. You had good ethos with personal experiences, and you stuck true to the problem solution format. Overall, good job.
Yeah, so Luke, a lot of good personal examples. Those were wonderful. It helped us link to personal experiences as well. Yeah, people struggle with algebra a lot, including me. Yeah, so you followed a really distinct formats. Yeah, so that was good. It was easy to follow. Yeah, so not much to say that Andy hasn't covered. Overall, very good job.
Sorry, I just have to put in my charger. My battery's running out. Okay, so you had a good theoretical and hypothetical example in the intro, and it was. I also liked your algebra, like your personal example. Let's see. So I liked your analogy about how you said like life was like a road, and I liked your example about Thomas Edison. So overall, you did really, really good. So yeah, congratulations.
Okay, now to say very good analogy and then very good examples of Hook and everything. Logic examples are very good format. Overall, extremely good speech.
All right. Yes. Awesome. So, just as Jeremy said, really, really good speech. All right. And last feedback, we have Nancy. So awesome U14 volleyball personal example. Yeah, with a family member. That's really awesome. It's stuck. It's stuck in my head. It was very memorable and very prominent. So awesome job with that. You had a good analogy of the road, and you had a good logical example with Wilma Rudolph, and the hook and the wraparound was all very good. So I loved your diversity of examples, and all of them were very prominent. So excellent job with your examples today.
Yeah, so so adding on to what Andy said, the speech was very well executed. You had a good conclusion, good introduction. Overall, it was wrapped up very, very nicely. Your example about U14 volleyball, that was wonderful. It was, for a few people as well, it made a link personally, to me as well. So yeah, a few people just try out for volleyball teams, like professional ones at a younger age. So a lot of people may have the chance to relate to that. That was very good on your end. Yeah, so overall, good job. You kind of like, I guess you read the topic well, you understood things in a certain way, which was wonderful. So besides, yeah, very good job today.
Yeah, so you had Nancy, you had a very touching and memorable logical example in the intro. I liked your problem solution format. I liked it how you said like, how do we dream big? That was a very good thing. I think your presentation skill and hand gestures, those you had very effective ones. That was very good. So overall, you did really, really supreme for this one.
All right, so for the volleyball example, extremely good, love that. And then let's see, the hook also very good, the logical example, and overall very well-rounded speech, really good.
Thank you.
All right, so that concludes our feedback. So what I'll do now is well, first of all, let's actually just close this breakout room, and then everybody will go into the main room. You can just chat and hang out for that break. Please don't leave the Zoom meeting because we will have to.
Andy, why do we have to do a break? Why don't we just just do the results and then we can just.
Yeah, so
I mean,
judges,
that
we
would be
have
perfect if we could actually get the slides done in an instant. And we also have to do some quick maths to tally up the scores. So, yeah, it's a break for you guys, but it's pretty hard work for us. So, yeah. All right. So, you guys get a well-deserved break. Yeah, so we will close all the rooms and everybody can just chill for a while. Awesome.
Andy,
Yes?
when is the award ceremony happening?
We're not completely sure yet because we don't know how long it will take.
Oh, okay. Then bye.
Thanks.
Okay. So, let's share my screen just for 1 second here. I'll share the presentation with all of you guys. All right, so welcome to the official FYBA award ceremony. So here is where you guys will get to know your well, some of you guys will know your rankings. All the precise rankings and scores should be posted in WeChat or the WeChat group after the tournament. So after you guys all leave, it should be posted shortly. But here is where we have our top few people who have proved themselves to be the best of the best of the best, and that they have been proven again to be hardworking, practicing all day and all night to achieve their goals. So here is our award ceremony, and to the best speakers of them all. All right, so starting off with the most improved award. So, the most improved award has gone to the person who has improved not only through not only through 2 of the rounds of the tournament, but also improved with attitude. Because the most improved is going to be about the attitude of taking feedback, because feedback is important and feedback is one of the defining features of improvement. So, when we talk about feedback, do you listen and do you take it into account? This is what defines the most improved speaker. And the most improved speaker for today's tournament is, drumroll please. All right, painfully slow transition, Yanden Ma. Wonderful, wonderful. Now, what defines Yanden Ma as the most improved speaker of today's tournament? At the start of round 1, his speeches was quite like a debate, as our feedback says, very logical, like a debate speech. However, after that feedback, it turned much into a much more a speech-like speech, and he just followed our feedback, and his scores kind of skyrocketed from there. So he went from having a really good speech to a extremely good speech. So let's have a round of applause for Yandon. So react with the clapping emoji or something like that. Yeah, a round of applause. Awesome. All right, next up, we're going to get into his certificate, which is a nice blue color. Yeah, it's dated. It's has its date, a signature. This is your certificate that you can print out at home if you have a color printer, or just save it for the memoir. All right, next up, we have our third place speaker. All right, so the third place speaker has demonstrated throughout in each semester of our speech classes to be highly attentive and attentive to all the skills that we have been learning. They have been attending the class for quite a while now, and although none of that striving for knowledge, none of that passion for speech has diminished in the slightest bit. And in the third place, we have the one of the most hardest working of them all. We have one of the most persistent in speech learning. We have, drumroll please, we have Nancy Yang. Congratulations. Uh, yeah, very hardworking, well achieved award. Awesome job. And here's your here's Nancy's bronze certificate. All right. So,
Woo!
yeah, woo, cheer, cheer. All right. And yeah, third place, Nancy Yang. All right. So, and yes, in second place, we have a person who has showed tenacity ever since the very start. They have proven to be persevering, although they may have been very close to victory sometimes, but have not achieved it. But they have shown persistence, and they have shown persistence in learning, in striving, in growing. So in second place, we have, drum roll, please. We have Luke Yu. Congratulations. And as we know, in the first and second places, we have Luke, well, first of all, in the first and second places, they will be able to teach classes if they so want to. If they do not want to, we'll just pass it on to the next ranking person. All right, so Luke, you have the chance to both well, first of all, congratulations, and now you have the chance to teach a practice class of your own. Awesome.
Thank you, but I do not feel like I want to teach practice class.
All right, I'll give you some time to think about it after some time of the tournament. You guys can discuss with your parents, and we can relay the decision back to us if you change your mind. All right, so here is your certificate, second place, and here, if you do choose to, you can accept this teacher certificate as a staff member of as FYBA. All right, awesome. All right, now in first place we have, so this person has portrayed extreme amounts of growth, like a skyrocket amount of growth, a skyrocket amount of intake of information. Although they may have attended us a little bit later, they have absorbed just as much information as many of our best students. So, in first place, this person has demonstrably showed that they have the best ability to absorb information, to practice that information, and to demonstrate that information in front of the judges. In first place, we have, just kidding, haha, before we announced the champion.
That's exactly what you did last year.
Yes, every one of you guys are a winner. Keep doing what you love. Although sometimes we may feel down in the dumps because we didn't get as good of a ranking as we did want to have. But we're here for the experience. This is just an in-house tournament. It's not going to define the rest of your speech career. Everybody here has shown that they do have a passion for speech. Just signing up for this tournament itself is a portrait of courage and a portrayal of themselves wanting to be better. And that growth and that striving for growth is the true value in every single one of you. All right, so now keep on doing what you love, even if you didn't get what you did get, because a good example here is Luke. He got fourth place for both of the tournaments, just one spot away from each of the medals. But you know what he did? He persisted, and Luke today got second place, and that's just a perfect, picture-perfect example of persistence. So keep on doing what you love. Keep on showing that passion for speech that you really do have. All right, now, the champion for today's tournament, the person that has worked the hardest and has portrayed the best scores from the judges. We have, big drum roll, drum roll, please. Ooh. We have Kaylee Shi. All right, Kaylee S. So that is our first place speaker. Yeah, awesome job. And here is yes, here is your gold certificate. And here is your teacher's certificate if you so do choose to accept it. All right. So last but not least, we have our advanced class participants in the order of score. So we have Kaylee, Luke, Nancy, William, Raymond, Tina, Lucas, and Ethan. All of you guys have proven yourselves to be more than capable speakers. So, yes.
Can I say something, Andy?
Yeah, and here we'll have any judges if they have any notes to say. Yes, Jeremy.
Ada and Jason, like, you may or may not made it in the advanced class, but if you go to Toastmasters, I bet you'll be first.
Yeah, you guys are very
Nice.
humorous. Yeah, so if you guys do perhaps want to go to Toastmasters, yeah, you guys will probably do extremely well. And you guys did do extremely well. Do we have any notes from Sarah or Patrick?
Yeah, okay, so I have something to say. So, when we checked the ballots that we had, like the Excel sheet, we found that the scores were very close together. So, yes, we have a winner, of course, but after all, everyone did their very best. It was very hard to choose, but in the end, somehow we managed to get this out.
Mm-hmm. All right. And just before some confusion. Sorry, Nancy, if I spelled this name, the last name might have been wrong because it was from the parent's name instead of the student name. So sorry about that. But just to clear up some confusion before you guys see the scores from WeChat. Luke and Nancy got the exact same speaker scores. However, what we chose from Luke to make Luke second and Nancy third is because Luke had more consistency or a standard deviation. That's usually the thing that we do in debate tournaments as well. If they get the same speaker score, it's about consistency, the ability to consistently from all the judges to get a good score and from each round to get a good score. So we used some standard deviation calculations and Luke turned out to be on top. All right. So any other questions or notes from the judges?
I believe Raymond had something to say. You raised your hand.
Yes, Raymond, you have your hands up.
What is the advanced class?
The advanced practice class is basically just a practice class where you get to be among some of your peers who are also quite good at speech.
And you also get to do instant impromptu. Very good.
You also get to do some more advanced
yes,
tactics.
Andy gives us the big chance to do some instant impromptu.
Jeremy and Sarah also made us do instant impromptu, but like only 2 people took it.
Hey, I didn't make you. It was only
you.
It was only a Sarah's class, and plus you didn't have to do it.
Yeah, so in advanced class, you just like have some fun amongst your peers with speech. Like you'll do some more advanced types of speech. Yeah, that's that. All right. Any other questions? If not, then happy Family Day to everybody. Thank you so much for participating in your tournament. Keep on doing what you do. Although you might have not gotten your favorite score, don't worry. You guys are all passionate in speech, and you're already 10 steps ahead of people who didn't come to the tournament. So thank you guys all for coming today, and I'll see you next time. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone, for coming today.
Classes are so fun.
Now,
That
happy
was really fun.
Family Day. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Bye. See ya.